grandchildren and they were just upset, throwing a fit and angry, how would you talk to them? And I would talk to the pain like, hey, buddy, what's wrong? How are you doing today? What are you needing today? And then listen to the answers that come into your head and just have a conversation and see what we can't give that energy to help it feel loved and safe and watch the pain disappear. And I do that every day until the pain completely leaves. And I find it to be so helpful because the pain will usually disappear in just a few days for most people. Talk to it like a small child. Now, if the tooth problem goes away, that's going to help with like the irritability. That's going to help with your sleeping problem. If you can start clearing up the gut, you're going to be fine. I see you come about springtime. Well, I'm like, your guys' winter is kind of long up there, but I see you about springtime just moving and being happy and being able to do things. Do you like to garden or something outside? What do you like to do outside?
I don't really garden, but I just like to be out. I like to go out. I don't really have a garden, but I'm in an apartment. I just like to go out, but I'm on the ground floor, so I like to help my superintendent with stuff. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Well, I see you doing that, and I actually see you walking with a little bit more haste, so up and moving and doing just fine. I think that you might still feel sluggish for the next maybe 2 months or so, but you'll start snapping out of it because spring will start showing up a little bit more, and it does look like it's going to be good. So take care of those things, and everything should improve.
So I just got a colonics. Oh, colonics, I think, is when you do a whole cleanse in your system, right?
Yes. Yep.
Like you go get your whole system cleaned out.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah,
I have seen people that have had so many.
Yeah.
Yes. And I've seen people that have been on their deathbed turn around and come straight back up and have a full, beautiful life as if nothing was wrong after doing colonics. So I really recommend it. It is weird, but the energy I feel afterwards, I don't know, just the happiness I feel, my bloating disappears, my cravings disappear, I sleep better. It's really well worth it if you can find a place to do it.
Yeah, where do I find a place? I don't know. I got to figure that out. And you don't see me doing berberine, right? Because everything else I do, I get a lot of rosacea. It drives me nuts.
Yeah.
My rosacea. So do you see the berberine helping me, or do I have to take oil of oregano or grapefruit seed extract? Because that's what you take for parasites.
Well, I would, if it were me personally, I would just find a cleanse online and then celery juice. I flush everything out with celery juice. So, but Connie, I would love to be able to hear from you in the future. I only have 8 minutes left and I do have another caller, so I'm going to have to let you go. But please call back in again and let me know how things are going for you, okay?
Because I can do celery juice. I used to do celery juice. So you recommend that, celery juice?
Yes, I do, 100%. Every morning on an empty stomach.
Yeah, yeah. Month, right?
Oh, sorry, you cut out. What'd you say?
I said I do the celery juice for 1 month, 32 ounces every morning, right? That'll clean me out?
I do 8 ounces up to 16 ounces when I can handle it for every day for about 2 weeks straight. You can go longer if you want to. It's healthy. It's got a bunch of nutrients in it for you, and it will take care of lots of different problems. So try that and then call us back and let us know how it's going, okay?
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye. All right. I've got Mary from Seabrook, New Hampshire. Hey, Mary, you there? Mary, are you there? Okay. Okay. Okay, while we're waiting to get Mary back on the line, I'm just going to go back into this a little bit. Don't know how fast this is going to go. Okay, sorry. Oh, she is? Mary, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Hi, I'm okay.
What can I help you with tonight?
Um, love life, life in general, whatever you see.
Okay, what is your full birthday so I can tune into your energy really quickly?
January 22nd,
Yay! What year?
1957.
1957. Oh, okay, girl. I'm gonna have to do this like short and sweet, and I do apologize because we're kind of running out of time, so I'll have to do it really quickly. So take notes if you
Okay.
can. Mary, you're such a very beautiful person. However, the things that you need to work on is you have just packed on so many people's energy. It feels like you have such high anxiety. It's almost like your energy is protected or trying to protect itself, and on accident pushes people away. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So we've got some inner child work to do, it looks like, some forgiveness work to do, because it looks like you just desperately want a partner and somebody to treat you with love and respect and to value you. But the challenge is that you've got just a cluster of everybody else's crap that you keep attracting people who are taking you for granted and using you and or just not valuing you is how I'm going to word that. I would love to see you concentrate on what makes you happy, what makes you thrive, because your soul inside is just wanting to come out and play and have fun. And it's almost like this fear of judgment or not being seen that holds you back. But you have this beautiful opportunity to give yourself that love that you have been wanting to experience from somebody else. And your light is going to come out. You're going to heal if you do some of this work, I'm telling you. And you will eventually find somebody that is going to value you. Now, it might take you some time, but during that time, you're going to feel peace, you're going to feel freedom, you're going to feel excitement, you're going to have life experiences. And I do see you needing to do some work before you can really find that person and settle down. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I'm just not sure what work I need to do.
Yeah, okay. I really wish I had longer with you to tell you because there's so many things you can do. Do you do any type of energy cleanses? When I look at your energy, it's almost like a bubble of kind of like grayish smoke around you, which means you're just packing on everybody else's stuff. And so I know that's not yours, or like some people just, coming into your field holding you down. We need to do some energy protection and push that stuff out. Do you do any type of energy protection for yourself?
No, I don't.
Okay, take notes of that. So maybe in the future I can help you out or somebody else, because there's a lot of people that's knowledgeable in this. There needs to be some forgiveness work. And probably with a lot of people, to be honest. When you went back into your childhood, was that pretty rough for you?
Um, Not particularly. It sometimes, but not terribly.
Okay. So now look into your early 20s. When I see the early 20s, I start feeling anxiety. So what was going on then?
Marriage and babies and all of that, and it wasn't all that great. My babies were wonderful, but the relationship was not.
Right. Okay. So I would start doing the healing work, the forgiveness work, forgiveness for putting yourself through that, the forgiveness that maybe your partner may have caused, things like that. And then, did you get divorced or what happened?
We got divorced.
Okay. So then it looks like after that period of time, there was maybe a lot of like loss of self-confidence and judgment feelings and things like that. And that's right when it turned, is what I'm seeing. So I would go back in and start talking to you, who you were during that period of time, telling yourself, like imagining that version of you and giving yourself a hug, telling her you love her, telling her that she is enough. You are enough. You're beautiful. You can do whatever you want to do, and do that through every stage of life that you have had a hard time in your early 20s after the divorce, things like that. Go back and imagine who she is and give her a hug and start telling her how amazing she is, and your energy is going to start coming up. I only have 60 seconds left. Please, if you're able to, reach out to me. I'd love to continue this with you. But you're going to be great. You're going to be amazing. You're going to feel freedom. You're going to give yourself that love and have experiences if you can heal some of the stuff I'm talking about.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome, Mary. I hope
Thank
you'll
you.
have a great night.
You as well.
Bye. Hey guys, thank you so much. Today passed by so fast. I hope to see you next week here on Moonstruck TV. And I was like trying to think about the time zone we're in, but have a good night. I'll see you next week. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Urban Monk UK with Urban Monk. Urban Monk. Live from Facebook. Search Urban Monk UK. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Urban Monk UK on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Urban Monk's Mindfulness 101, How Thinking is Killing Us. And I'd like to say thank you for spending time with me. And if you're watching this on catch up, where you been? So tonight, I want to talk about that grey, heavy, squishy thing inside the head, the brain. It's linked to all the things we do, because as I've said on previous shows, its only job is to make sure that we don't die. And while I wasn't here last week, I was researching mindfulness, manifestation, and the law of attraction. Science calls it neuroplasticity. It's all the same thing. It's retraining your brain to have new neural pathways to help you learn to do a different kind of thing to what you're used to. So what I'm talking about with that is we think negative things, and as I said before, we get negative shit. If you start thinking positively, neural pathways start to develop in the brain to help you think positively all the time. And then through manifestation, positive things come as a natural byproduct of the way you're living your life and thinking. For example, and it's quite interesting, a couple of days ago, I picked up my guitar from having moved house. It's been in the corner, covered in lots and lots of shit, covered in dust, but I picked it up and started to play. And it was strange that it's been probably a couple of years since I strummed a tune, and I struggled to start with. But as soon as I started, the neural pathways in my brain from previous playing kicked in, and it came back to me in seconds. If you try and teach somebody to learn to play an instrument, it's very, very difficult and very rote-like. A now, B now, C now, etc. But the period of time that I spent away from the guitar, we call it getting rusty. What it basically means is that the neural pathways in the brain aren't connected like they were before. And if you watch my previous shows a couple of years ago, it's obvious that practice makes perfect. And it's not practice making perfect. It's practice making neural pathways. Sports people do it. All musicians do it. The more you play, the more you practice, the more you do it without thinking. So if we talk about the brain and the way it is programmed, if you like, to make sure we don't die, it comes from birth. Basically, the brain is set in a certain way, but it can be changed. It's not inherent in what we do, as in fixed and rigid, and that's the way it's always going to be. It's more fluid than that. So if we try a new project or we try a new skill, then we learn a new language. One of the books I read recently, and I can't remember what it's called. My memory's terrible. It says you can't understand a foreign language because the neural pathways for that particular language aren't already set into the brain. So we learn it. We learn what the word for table is in French or Spanish or German, and the brain creates a neural pathway to be able to understand that word the next time we hear it. So guitaring, piano playing, drumming, you don't need to be playing and thinking, what's the next chord? It should be automatic. And through that process of practice and developing the neural pathways, then it becomes second nature. That is simply living. We need to learn to live in the moment, be present. And the more we accept the present and we don't stress about the problem, again, the problem that you have, the anxiety you have, is your brain's way of telling the body that there's a tiger nearby or a robber nearby and you're about to get mugged. So be on alert. the body floods with cortisol, which creates illness or injury. We have that set practice of victim mentality, if you like. You know, we always look out for the bad things. And if we're focusing on the bad, then we can't develop the good. Everything about the brain will focus on the negativity because the ego then is allowed to stay alive. So just taking time out and relaxing and forgetting about the anxiety or the pressures or the issues that you've got, we slowly start to learn or develop the synapses, the neurons inside the brain to create that healthy living on a permanent basis. I was reading a really interesting book. It's manifesting within neuroscience or neuropathy or whatever it is that I got off Amazon Books. And it goes on, it's very, very linked into nowism, the thing that I talk about constantly, mindfulness. And from a scientific point of view, if we stop and think and focus on the good or take time out to chill and relax through meditation or through whatever, then anxiety can't get in. The body vibrates at that level, the vibrational level of the universe that we want to link into, if you like. And it's kind of like brings us into how we think about things. So get your pen and paper, and I want you to write this down. It's very deep, and it came to me. I read it a few months ago, but it's so pertinent. You know, we spend our life trying to look up to somebody or appease somebody or have a target or a goal or somebody that we look up to. And this saying was, I'm not what I think I am. I'm not what you think I am. I am what I think you think I am. So let that sink in. Write it down. I'm not who or what I think I am. I'm not what or who you think I am. But I am what I think you think I am. Because we spend time focusing on appearance and looking for something else or adulation or acknowledgement from someone else or something else, instead of taking time to just love ourselves. And again, I read in the book, this is quite a deep show, and I apologize for that because I know normally I'm a barrel full of laughs and you can see the halo around my head. The brain is focused on simply keeping us alive. So in the book that I read, and I'll mention it next week, I'll get the title for next week because it really, really is special. We think we live our life. We go about our daily life dealing with the problems that we encounter. But the reality is that the brain creates our life. So, for example, I drive for a living outside of urban monkness when I leave the monastery. And when I take a journey, I'll make a decision. If my sat-nav's not working, for example, I make a decision to turn left or to turn right. My brain made that decision. So whatever happens having turned left, that's created by the brain. It led me into that circumstance. So deep philosophical people say that we don't really exist. This is all just an illusion. And your brain creates the circumstances that you live in to cope with that illusion. Now, Eckhart Tolle is quite deep, and he would say something similar. I like to think that that's the philosophy, but I kind of don't think it's, I don't want to get that deep because a lot of people can't take that sort of bullshit. And I thought what I do now for a living was woo-woo at one point. So we have to kind of slowly raise our level of consciousness to understand that philosophy further on down the line. But take it as a beginner, or if you're experienced and you followed me for a long time, just imagine that can be actually quite truthful. You know, we wake up in the morning and the first thing we see is the side of the bed or the bedroom wall or the TV or the sofa if we've crashed downstairs after too many bourbons. You know, it's the minute your eyes open, you begin to create your reality. And each decision that you make, and each decision that you are guided by that voice in your head, is you creating your day or your life for that moment in time. So we tend to ignore the brain. We tend to think it's just there. Everybody focuses on heart health and, eating the right amount of food or the right kind of food and cutting down the cholesterol because your arteries will start to clog up and you'll start to become ill and blah, 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 blah. But we ignore the brain. Oh, I've got stomachache. I've got pains in my chest. Well, I might have a headache, but I'll take a tablet. We all ignore the brain. And it's there, and it's the life-giving force, and it's what creates our reality. And the voice inside the head that's killing us by telling us to do X, Y, and Z and focus on X, Y, and Z, which really we shouldn't be doing because that's taking us away from what the universe has really got us here for, which is to raise the level of consciousness. And I mentioned last week, people go to see psychics and mediums. And once you start to vibrate on the correct energy level, you automatically link into the psychic world or the spiritual world. Again, I thought it was all woo-woo until I did my road trip, until I found my enlightenment or my purpose in life, really. I thought that was all woo-woo and bullshit. We're just here, we live, we go to work, we die, we get buried. Well, that's not the case. So we live within the universal energy or law, call it God, call it the creator, call it what you want to call it. But it's a real thing, and science is starting to prove that. And science is starting to prove that the brain vibrates at different levels, given different emotions. And before I sign off, I didn't set my timer, so I'm sure Dave will tell me when I'm running out of time. I don't want to overstay my welcome. I want you to do a quick test, right? How thinking is killing you. So when you think thoughts, the thoughts that you're thinking adversely affect the body via vibration or not. 2 minutes. I ain't got my glasses on, but it looks like 2 minutes. So I'll wrap this one up. So what I want you to do is get hold of your Adam's apple, just very lightly. Don't squeeze too hard because that can be detrimental to your health. And what I want you to do is close your mouth and just think or say something inside your head like you would be telling your body what to do. And if you're doing it right and you haven't seized up or you're too tense, your Adam's apple will start to move. If you recite the alphabet, by the time you get to G and H, it's bobbing up and down. So thoughts affect the body. So whatever you're thinking, say it out loud, alphabet, inside your head, A, B, C, D. When you say it out loud, the Adam's apple moves up and down. When you say it inside your head, guess what? The Adam's apple moves up and down. So whatever you're thinking adversely affects the body. So thank you for watching. Just do it a test. When you're not tense and not stiff, give it a test. I've got the 60-second get lost warning from Dave. So I'll sign off. Hit me up on Urban Monk UK on Facebook, urbanmonkuk@gmail.com. And this time next week, we will have the website up and running. You can have a look at it now. urmo.uk, Urban Monk, urmo.uk. It's in the process of going live, but you can look at it now. So I'll bid you farewell. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers. Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Happy cold Tuesday. I have two very bored dogs in my house because it is so cold that it's too cold for them to go outside. So I apologize in advance if they start to howl. They promised me they will be quiet, but we'll see what happens. You may even get to see them if they show up on the screen. But anyway, happy Tuesday. I hope everyone is healthy. I am here if you'd like a reading. I would love to give someone a reading today. And what else? I don't know. It's Tuesday, and I live in Asheville, North Carolina, and I am here to do evidential mediumship readings, psychic readings, and animal communication readings. Love to read your animals. And I'm also a mentor if anybody's interested in learning. And while we're waiting for someone to come on for their reading, I wanted to talk a little bit about rituals for clearing energy. There are so many different ways to do it. You don't have to smudge with sage, but it's very important to clean out your area of negative energy. And since it's cold and it's wintertime, it's really hard to open the windows sometimes. So I just wanted to give you a few hints. It's really important, especially, I don't know, if you and your partner get into an argument, if your kid negative energy home from school, I don't know, anything that brings bad energy, you're having a bad day yourself, anything. So again, you don't have to burn sage. I know a lot of people can't in apartment buildings because it causes the smoke alarm to go off. You don't even have to light candles if you're not into candles. You could use clapping. You could clap your hands and just walk around your house and visualize while you're clapping your hands to get the energy out. And with that, I am going to welcome Cindy from cold Ohio. Hi, Cindy.
Yes, it is. Hello. It is cold
Hello.
here today.
Yes, a friend of mine lives in Canton and said that the snow they got was amazing.
Yep. It
She
took
was-
me an extra day of finding somebody to dig out our driveway. I can't do
Yes.
it.
Yeah, she said the same. She has 2 new hips and she couldn't do it either. So what can I do for you
It's rough
today?
getting old.
Yep, it does.
I
look
just thought it'd be
getting old. I
interesting
agree.
to have it to see what goes on with the reading. I've had a very rough last 2 weeks. I had an accident on the 8th. It totaled my car, and it's been like 3 weeks now that I've just been fighting with this tooth and nail, trying to get this all resolved. And I'm panicked half at a time about what's going to come from it.
Okay. I'm assuming that the car accident was not your fault.
No, I wish I could say it was not my
Really?
fault.
Are you sure? Okay, because I don't know.
Yeah.
I just keep getting the feeling it wasn't entirely your fault.
No, it was my fault. I don't feel like
Okay.
it's been totally fair on how it's being handled because there were more people in the car than there were seatbelts, and yet all
Okay.
those people are now filing a claim against my insurance company.
Okay. Okay. So let me see what I
Injuries,
see.
but they didn't leave. They didn't go to the hospital at that point. They went later. But
Okay.
I guess it doesn't matter.
Well, it should matter. Let me see what I see. The first thing I'm going to say, it doesn't help to worry. That just adds to it, and it also adds to your tension. But I can't tell you not to worry because I would also be worried. What I'm getting is try to keep moving forward. Try not to focus on it all the time. Try to heal yourself from whatever injuries you may have succumbed to, and try to be patient. I'm not telling you that nothing's going to happen, because I would be wrong to say that. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer, but what I am seeing is there's going to be a settlement. You feel stuck now, but I do feel like there are going to be several opportunities over the next couple of weeks. When I say couple, I'm getting 7, but I could be wrong about the timing. Timing's not always accurate. I'm just getting, it's not a black and white, it's not a yes or no thing. There's a lot of different things that went on. Don't know why. I'm still getting it wasn't entirely your fault. So I wasn't there, I didn't see it, but it's coming across very strongly that it wasn't all your fault, that they had some fault in it as well. And it may not have been them causing the accident, but maybe they weren't acting safely. If that makes any sense.
They came around a bus, and I thought they were in the line behind the bus going to turn. Since the bus was loading passengers, I thought I could go on through the intersection. Right. And as I started to go through the intersection, suddenly they were there and I hit them. They were in a lane. I was crossing that lane, so I was cited.
Okay. I still
it didn't
feel like
matter that they came around the bus at the last minute. That didn't matter to them. It's just that I was crossing her lane and hit her.
I understand that you're blaming yourself, but I still feel like it's not a cut and dry. It's not a yes or a no. They still did something they shouldn't have done. And I feel like there's going to be an opportunity for either someone, maybe the bus driver, to step forward and say something, or there's going to be a witness that comes forward, or somebody in that car is going to say, we weren't hurt. Somebody's going to say something at the very last minute. So I do feel like everything is going to work out. Maybe not entirely in your favor, but mostly in your favor. I just feel like you're going to have to be patient, but I do feel like somebody's going to step forward and say something. So I'm not saying, I don't know why, I keep hearing it's going to be okay. Okay. I just don't feel like you're going to take all the blame for this. I know it's hard to believe that, but I still feel like there's something good that's going to come out of this, even though you feel like you're sitting all alone. Does that make any sense at all? I know it's okay, because I know you're going to have to wait. I know it's hard to wait, but I am getting, you made a mistake. You have to let it go because you can't repeat it. You can't do it over again. You can't fix it. And they were not entirely in the right either. So I do feel like something good is going to come out of it for you, something positive. Again, I know you feel like you're all alone, but I still feel like you're slowly walking up that mountain and getting to where you need to be with this whole thing. And I do feel like you're going to put it behind you in a couple of weeks. I am getting 7 to 8 weeks, so it's 2 months, but I feel like you're going to know something sooner than that. I don't know why I keep hearing community service. I don't know what that means for you. I don't know whether you do a lot of
paid the fine. I just had to do a fine. That's all I had to do was pay a fine.
Okay.
For the stop sign violation. I paid that. My insurance I have good insurance. It's just that
Okay,
I'm
good.
afraid that there with 8 people suing me, that in the end I'm not going to have a house when it's all over.
I don't think that's going to happen. Again, I feel like the lawsuits are going to go away. And I just feel like you have very good karma, if that makes sense. I feel like you go out and help people and you're always doing things for others. And I also feel like you put yourself last. I feel like you put other people first. And I feel like that in itself is going to help you because you deserve good. You don't deserve all bad. No, well, nobody deserves all bad, but you are a good person. And I feel like you have a big heart. So try to keep the faith and keep doing what you're doing and just try to keep moving forward with your head on your shoulders and with your, just try to stay calm. I really don't feel like you're going to lose your house. I don't feel like you're going to lose everything. Something's going to happen and they're not going to, I'm not saying the entire lawsuit's going to go away, but I feel like most of it is. I know it's going to be hard waiting, but try to remain positive. Remember, positivity also adds good things to what's going to happen. So try to manifest in your head that everything's going to be okay. I know it's hard, but I will help you, and I will also try to help you from a distance. I'll send good vibes. I'll send everything I possibly can, but try to visualize this whole lawsuit going away. I know it seems crazy, but it does help. And it'll at least keep your mind occupied on something else, if that makes sense. We have 2 minutes. Do you have any other questions that I can help you with?
No, I think that's it for right now.
All right. I mean, do you want me to try to do it?
Going on in my life.
All right. Let me see if I could do, while we're waiting, a yes or a no, just to see if the cards will say yes or no. Just to make you feel a little bit better. Okay. I'm getting a no, so I do feel like the lawsuit will go away. I really do. So I'm going to keep the faith for you, and I'm going to keep it for you if you can't do it yourself. I promise.
I'm going to try.
And let me know if I can help with anything else.
All
I
right.
hope you have
I
a
appreciate
better
it.
day. Okay. Take
All
care.
right. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Bye. And I hope everyone has a good afternoon.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi guys, welcome. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. This is your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the always and forever beautiful Moonstruck TV. And I'll tell you, I have been out for a little bit. So I've been experiencing some kind of, some health things going on, but just a very weird, and I don't know if weird's the right word, but an interesting shift in energy. And I don't know, I feel like a lot of people have been in it. So I'm ready for this new year. I don't know about you guys, but we're shedding that, the skin of the snake, as we call it, as we're getting out of that, the year of the 9, and now we're going into this year of the horse, right? The fire horse. So this is going to be a year where things are just going to take off like crazy, especially if you are a fire sign or an air sign. Those signs that are, the fire air signs are going to see some pretty exciting things coming. So if you fit in that, or you've got many of the fire and air in your chart, well, you've got some exciting, I feel, things coming this year. So I'm ready. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the change. I'm ready for all these new beginnings. I know personally I have a lot of exciting things coming, and some of those I can't wait to share in due time. So lots of fun things this year. I'll be traveling even more, and it's really going to be a lot more traveling. I'm excited. I'm going to be heading to New Orleans in end of July into August. I've never been to New Orleans, so super excited about that opportunity. So lots of things, lots of exciting new beginnings. And so I hope that you all are going to get to experience this exciting new energy as we go into now the year of the 1. So it'll be good. Now, it's been a minute. So I was sitting here going, gosh, I was so excited to get my show started, and I realized, man, what number have I been drawn to today? And then it dawned on me that it has been very in my face, the number 17. So for those, maybe you're just listening or you're not sure what this is about, throughout the day or even the week, I'll start to connect with numbers, and visions will come up. Now that'll either be a loved one in spirit that is wanting to validate a birth date, death date, an age, a year. This is kind of how they'll communicate. So 17 would be, the 17th of a month, January 7th. This can even be 2017, 17 years ago. This is kind of how spirit starts to communicate per se. So we'll see how that 17 connects tonight, obviously with the callers that I take, but even just in general in life. So that number very well could be just, maybe if you're listening, you connect with that. And if you do, just know that it's the little, I call them postcards from heaven, that your loved ones in spirit will kind of leave behind. So I know 17 is kind of it's not like some big crazy number, but I always say that it'll resonate with someone out there. All right, so with that said, I am going to pull an affirmation, as I always do for the week, and I will generally pull the card that connects to the number that I've been seeing all day, which, like I said, is the number 17. So we're going to pull that really quick before we take our first caller. And so give me just a moment here. See, again, this is the Gemini in me. where I should have this all prepared. But I like for you guys to see that, I didn't have it planned. I was counting these out as you're watching. All right, so the beautiful affirmation for this week for everybody as a collective says, forgiveness helps me to let go and move on with my life, opening up to new and loving experiences. So I'll read that again. Forgiveness helps me to let go and move on with my life, opening up to new and loving experiences. And I love that even more in the sense of that, you can't make room for new beginnings if you're carrying some of the past, stuff per se. And sometimes that forgiveness is the last little bit that we need to really let go of so we can make room for all these new beginnings, which we just talked about, right? Which is what this year is. So good things to come, my friends, good things to come. So I'm excited for that. And I'll tell you, I know forgiveness is not an easy thing to do. The human side really struggles with that. So I highly encourage whatever it is that you can do to find forgiveness for those, who need it. All right, so we've got our first caller, and I have Yvonne, and Yvonne is from Australia. Hi, Yvonne, this is Mini Medium. How are you?
Oh, good. Thank you. How are you today?
I'm doing well, my friend. I'm doing well. Thank you. How can I help you tonight?
I'm just wanting to get a little bit of insight into where I'm going with my spiritual business, actually. Just a little bit of insight as to, what's sort of coming up.
Okay, perfect. Oh, I love that. And this is with you said your spiritual business?
Yeah, Reiki, mediumship, tarot cards, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Well, I can already feel you have such a beautiful energy. So I have no doubt that your spiritual journey will be just absolutely beautiful, my friend. So you have a great energy. And I think that's the number one thing that's most important when you go down these kind of, spiritual journeys per se. So you've got great energy, hun. You really do. All right, I'm gonna pull a few cards for you. Now, you might have heard me mentioning a little bit ago about this number 17 that I've been seeing all day today. Do you resonate with that number, my friend?
Not as a number 17, but as a 1 and a 7, meaning it's number 8, and I am a number 8.
Okay. Oh, I love that. And you're a life path 8, is that what you're saying?
8. Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it, and that is my life path number as well. So I love that. Well, and I love that you even knew to add those numbers up. So it's a very spiritual number. Yeah, the life path 8. I love that for you.
It is.
All right, my friend. So let's see here. I'm getting a whole lot. This makes sense. So I'm going to pull a few cards for you now. The way that I do my readings, and maybe unlike other readers that use tarot cards, but I use the cards just more as a visual validation, really for you to see what my gifts are bringing, right? So now, of course you pulled, and I'll show on camera here, you pulled this beautiful moon card. Of course you pulled the moon card. So
that's weird because I was playing with cards and I thought the moon card is going to come up, but I didn't get the moon card today, so you got the moon card. That's hilarious.
I love that for you. Well, and I mean, as we know, the moon is the divine feminine. It really is connected to the metaphysical. It is, just that beautiful energy that we, even, as mediums or intuitives or Reiki practitioners, we love to hone in that energy. And this moon card coming up doesn't surprise me at all for you. Now, it did come out of the deck reversed. So for me, that's just validating we've got some shadow work going on. So, there's some blockages maybe there, but I really feel for you, Yvonne. It's fitting right in like what I was mentioning earlier, that we're still letting go of this leftover skin of the snake that we just came out of. And I feel that for you. It's just a little bit left over, of shedding this skin. This other card you pulled with it is this beautiful Three of Cups card. And it also, very beautiful metaphysical. It's got a beautiful moon and then the cauldron. And 3 is also a very beautiful spiritual number as well, right? So you've already got some validations of your path and where you're at right now, being exactly where you need to be. Some things I really want you to think about as I feel even here in the next, maybe couple months as we get into the second quarter of this year. So April, May, June, you've definitely got a pretty amazing opportunity coming to where I don't want you to miss that chance by staying in your comfort zone. And I feel that's been something that maybe has been a challenge to you. Does that make sense with some things stepping out of that?
Yeah.
I just heard something. Let me see. I'm going to scribble for a minute. I just heard something else come with that. Now, these cups that you pulled, my friend, that are right side up, what that means is that the cup is empty per se, and it's time to fill that cup up. It also means that the cup is running over, meaning it can be running over with, goodness, where you say, my cup runneth over. It can also mean that the cup is running over with just a lot of crap, And it literally goes back to the affirmation I read of being able to let go of some of the things that are not serving you so you can make room for what will. And boy, that timing I feel is going to be amazing for you. Even in a sense of adding maybe even breath work or sound bath or using a different modality other than tarot or Reiki. Have you thought about doing that in your practice or adding that?
Yes, I just added crystal healing, and I'm looking at the singing bowls as well for double
I love
track.
it.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh, beautiful. You just gave me goosebumps. This is part of your journey, my friend. And I feel that even as I look at your past and how far you've come, even to, today's date, obviously this hasn't been easy. There's been a lot of outside noise, as I call it, but this year is your year. This is your year of being able to start these new beginnings. So if anything of advice I would give to you is really to let go of any kind of these fears that come in. And one of my favorite acronyms to share is the word fear, and it stands for the false ego appearing real, where the ego will get in the way, and the ego can be, I'm not smart enough, I'm not educated enough, I'm not pretty enough, whatever it may be. That ego will cause that fear to really hold you back, and it really is not who you are, because you don't have that ego in that sense as I feel it. So can I ask you, you've had a very beautiful maternal energy that has been with me since you came on. So now, has mom passed? Because I am maternal.
No, she hasn't passed. It's usually my grandmother that comes through for, my practice, mediumship. My grandmother usually comes through. She's usually with me most of the time. My great-grandmother. Yeah.
Okay. And this is on mom's side, is that right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. And I feel like even why I'm even feeling her energy and why, her presence is here, because there is such a beautiful lineage with the women in your family, especially on mom's side, that really are very gifted. And it's really finding those roots and harnessing and really just diving into all this. I said, the one thing just for you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It really is, it's the doubt, it's stepping out of the comfort zone.
I've been doing that. Like I've been going to festival readings and, I take readings at home and things like that. The only thing I find difficult about where I live is that it's just trying to get people in, even though you advertise.
Yeah.
If I ask for it, sometimes I'll go, I haven't had any readings for a while. It's good if I had a few. Then an hour later, I'll get a call and someone will say, there's 3 of us that need a reading. But that happens, not all the time. So I'm kind of getting at the moment it's not meant to happen, because when it happens, it happens. But it seems to happen at different times. It's spasmodic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Right. Yeah. And it's really trusting the process, really just knowing that, everything happens in divine timing. And I feel this is your year, my friend. And I'm not one to sugarcoat things either. I always tell people, you're going to get exactly what you need to hear. And for me, even just stepping out of the comfort zone, I feel for you, is even getting yourself out there, in the public eye, and really just, I know that's scary, because I can relate, but it also will help you to work through those fears, per se. And
the public eye is an interesting one, because I was invited on a boat to do tarot readings. I had about 15 readings, but I would never normally do that, so that was jumping out. And then I've got a festival coming up, which is like a psychic fair where I'll be reading all day. So that's coming up at the end of the month, and I did that last year. So I have been jumping out, but I'm not really fond of being on the camera. Like people do it on TikTok and they put all these videos up, and I'm just not one of those, because things come to me anyway when they're meant to. I'm not one that likes to boast about it or or put all these videos up. I don't feel I need to do that. It's just about trying to use manifestation to attract more of it.
Right. Absolutely.
Like.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, hun. And you're right. I understand that, where your style and how you are is not like, others who do that. And I feel like that's what's going to set you aside from others out there, that, it's like I tell people, finding a reader is like finding a therapist. If you mesh with them, then you'll have a great experience. If you don't, if there's, barriers or walls, or it just isn't flowing, then you're not going to have the best experience. So it really is about just finding your niche. And I just, without a doubt, I feel like you're right there. So I think the only thing I would suggest too is, like I was saying, that second quarter as it's coming here, you do have another opportunity outside of the festival that you're doing that I really feel may make you a little uncomfortable, but I would say go for it. I really have a good feeling about it. So watch for that to come for sure. Yeah.
So is that on a spiritual sense or just a normal work sense?
No, this for me is more with your spiritual journey. This is more with the opportunity of that coming. Yeah, absolutely. And I know I have to wrap up here, but I'll tell you, I used to work at a big corporate company, and I quit my job 3 years ago to pursue my purpose and share my gifts. And it has just taken off like crazy. And I just, like you, I had to put it out there, my friend, and just, manifest it and trust in the process. And I haven't looked back since. So, and I feel that for you as well. It's just, it's patience, which is not easy. That's something that is not easy.
I've always been told in my work, thanks for your patience all the time in my actual job. And sometimes I just look up there and go, well, how much more patience do I need here?
I get it.
I try to be patient, but then I get a little bit frustrated, and then I start to do the little doubt thing. So I know the pattern that I've got. But it's trusting, because everything they give me or everything they tell me or show me in readings all my life, I totally trust what they give me. What I see, what I hear, what I feel, I totally trust it, because they've shown me many times. things, and I've gone, no, that's not right. And then, that happens. So they will tell me, they will bump me and remind me that I need to listen and it is correct.
Good. I love that. Yeah, I do the same thing, my friend. And I've done this 28 years now, and I'll tell you, I still do it to this day. So I get it, but it's part of the process, and you're going to do amazing. And just stay true to yourself and who you are and how you do your readings. And I have no doubt that this is going to be a big year for you, hon.
Great. Thank you so much for that. That gives me a little bit of a confidence boost, and you have a lovely day.
Yes, thank you, and you as well. Take care.
Take care. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, Jays. I think we've got time for another call. So, and I think I missed who this was. Tiffany in Canada. Hi, Tiffany. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, hun. How can I help you tonight?
I'm just looking for anything like career or anything from the loved ones that have passed.
Okay, sure, absolutely, hun. Let's see. I'm going to pull a few cards for you, and while I'm doing that, let me ask you, as I asked my last caller, do you connect with the number 17?
No.
Okay. I think it may have been my last caller. But keep it in mind, there's such an emphasis on the numbers I get throughout the day that will connect with, in a birthday sense, where the 17th would be, the birth date, death date, the year 2017. So keep that in mind, only because I really do feel, even already for you, and there's an emphasis on, well, you've got a few souls on the other side. 1 second, and I'm going to see if we're gonna jump right into mediumship. Very spirit led. Just yes or no, hon. Do you have children?
Yes, I do.
You do? Okay. And I'm being shown three children, or the number 3 being very significant. So, how many children do you have?
Yes, I have 3.
Okay, perfect. Okay, beautiful. And who is the father that has passed? I'm being pulled to my right side, which is the divine masculine, and I'm being told this is on dad's side. This could be dad's dad as well.
My dad's dad has passed, and his father-in-law.
Okay. Well, you're carrying a lot of that energy with that too. The minute you started talking, I started getting a whole lot coming in. So, and with your 3 children, I need to mention also being named after that grandpa. So there's a namesake, either it's one of your children or a brother that is connected to that namesake. Do you understand that?
Yes. So my husband's grandpa was a Richard, and then we named my son Remington Richard.
Oh, cute. Okay. I love that. I have to, let's see, I'm going to see if I can find it here. So I do readings all throughout the day, and sometimes souls will come in a little bit early, and I'm going to show it on camera. I don't know if you can go back and watch it, but I want to just show, I have had, let's see if I can show where the Richard is. So I've been picking up on the name Richard all day today. So there's such an emphasis already of you being connected with me, my friend, so that we could even bring up, this grandfather. But not just that, it's also connecting with your son. So hang on one moment, hon. Let's see here. Boy, I got a whole lot. It was like a floodgate. I love that name, Remington. Did you say Remington?
Yes.
I love that name. I love, that's cute. Can I ask how old that Remington is?
He's 6.
Okay. He's just a little guy. Okay. The reason I'm asking is just because of even the feeling of this grandfather starting to come through, even the connection with the very divine masculine. With your sweet little guy there, watch for him also. I need to bring up that he is also very talented and very gifted as well, my friend. So, and what I mean by that is him even being able to feel and connect with others on, your loved ones in spirit. Have you ever noticed if he's very creative in that way, very imaginative?
Not in that way, but he can draw really good, and he's got a big imagination.
Okay, perfect. Okay. I love that you mentioned him drawing. And I don't know why he's coming up pretty strong. So usually when I'm drawn to a child that is being brought up from a spirit on the other side, it is really also the emphasis of a celebration or a birthday, whether that's for your son or your husband. But also, his way of drawing is his way of actually channeling energy for that mama. So when you write and you draw, it's called automated writing or psychography. I just feel like he's going to be very much one to channel that energy. So watch that with him, with your son, okay? Wait. I know I've got 60 seconds here, and I'm gonna, I want you, if you want, hun, follow me or go to my website, mini-medium.com, just because you've got a lot coming in and I want to share this and I don't want us to have to be cut off. So I've got about 30 seconds. Will you message me on my website so we can kind of talk some more about this?
Yes, for sure. I actually follow you.
Oh, good. Oh, I love it. Yeah, just send me a message, hon. And you've got a lot coming in. Let's get this out there for you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, hon. All right. Well, thank you for calling. You take care, and I can't wait to talk soon.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Beyond the Lost. Conversations in grief education and healing with Sherry Dworkin-Smith. Live from SherryDworkinsmith.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com, or Moonstruck.tv. This is Beyond the Law on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, and welcome to Beyond the Loss, Conversations in Grief Education and Healing. I am Sherry Dworkin-Smith, and I'm so glad that you're here. That's Sherry, Shari, Dworkin, Smith, Smith. I look forward to the day where I don't have to keep spelling my name every week, but that is okay. I am a certified grief educator, a psychic medium, and a hypnotherapist. And as a grief educator and a coach, I help people dealing with all kinds of grief to better navigate their journey. There is so many different kinds of loss and grief, whether that's a pet, a person, a job, a house, a car, a location. There are so many people out there dealing with all kinds of grief, and I help them to navigate their journey. There are far too few resources available and far too many people in need, which is why we wanted to bring this podcast to you. And through my work, I am able to help people better understand their feelings and how grief may be affecting their lives, showing up in different ways, whether that is exhaustion or short-temperedness or not being able to sleep or maybe sleeping too much. The path is different for everyone. And through grief education and coaching, I help people find how grief is showing up in their lives, how to deal with the symptoms, and how to find meaning in the loss so that people can do more than just get through whatever it is that they're carrying. And if you're thinking that, oh no, it's not grief, or I'm not carrying that, or it's not such a big thing, maybe think again. I spoke with a woman this past week who lost a child almost 2 decades ago and was still struggling to navigate how those things were showing up in her life. And the point of grief education and coaching is for the healing. The point is that we don't have to be clobbered by the waves of grief whenever they pop up, that it doesn't always have to be reliving the trauma over and over. The goal is to lessen the pain and the trauma while hopefully also finding some meaning and some level of peace and wisdom in the loss, and even if we may not always find understanding. So here on Beyond the Loss, we talk a lot about grief, and I know it's not like a real sexy subject, but in these challenging times that we're living in, so many people are continuing to struggle. Grief, sadness, depression, frustration, confusion, all of those things can be connected, and help is available. If you or someone you know is struggling with deep sadness or depression, please know that there is still a 24-hour, 7 days a week suicide hotline that is available by just calling or texting 988. That's it, 988. You can get help connected to a confidential support, someone who's trained, and someone can help you. So if you are concerned about someone yourself or someone you care about, 988. If you'd like to work with me, know that I would be honored to have an exploratory conversation with you anytime. This is a big part of the work that I do. And if I say something that resonates with you, or if one of my guests says something that resonates with you, please don't hesitate to reach out. And let's set a time to have a conversation and see if maybe some grief coaching would be right for you. You can most easily find me on my website at sharidworkinsmith.com. That's SharidWorkinsmith.com. Send me a note and I'll get back to you as fast as I can. I do want to remind people why I continue to spell my name, and that is because as smart as those AI systems out there are, they often do have trouble spelling my name. So I know it's not easy, but if you're looking for me, you can check out Ask One Radio or A1 Psychic Radio. You can check on Moonstruck TV on YouTube. They got my name spelled correctly. So today I am absolutely thrilled to welcome my friend Kim Nicoletti to our podcast. Kim is in Babylon, New York. She is a dear friend, and she is the wife of a dear friend. Her husband Shane is an incredible tattoo artist and a spirit artist, which means he can see the people he connects to as a medium and literally draw pictures of them. And Kim is just as gifted and talented in her own right as a death doula. And it has been absolutely such a gift and fascinating to watch Kim come into this world of mediumship and be surrounded by a whole group of mediums and spirit artists and carve her own niche to follow her heart and carefully choose the path that was right for her of becoming a death doula. And so I like to say, welcome, Kim.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for all those kind words. I'm just as grateful to know you, and I'm so happy to be here today.
I am absolutely thrilled. It's been such a privilege to watch you grow and kind of find your space. And I know through the years, we've had lots of different conversations with lots of different mediums going, try this, try this. And one of the things I love about you is your willingness to show up and try new things. So I want to ask you, first of all, to explain to us what is a death doula, and then what made you want to show up and try that new thing?
So a death doula is someone that actually they can do a lot of things. So it's someone that supports people and their families through the non-medical parts of dying. So emotional, spiritual, relational, and some of those human aspects that don't necessarily have a clear place in the healthcare system. So we don't replace doctors or nurses. We complement them by just being present with people without it being clinical, without it being rushed. So a death doula can, like I said, do many things. Sometimes it looks like talking with someone through unfinished conversations or regrets, or sometimes it's doing legacy work or in some sort of meaning making that they want to make of their lives at the end. Sometimes it's sitting with someone in silence. Sometimes presence is just what people want. And they feel like they don't have to face their fears alone. And a lot of the times it's supporting the circle of care, so the families and loved ones that are surrounding these dying ones. So helping them communicate and slow down, facilitating conversations, and helping them feel less overwhelmed during that time, which can be very disorienting. So I got into this in an interesting way.
So let me stop you for just 1 second, Kim.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, because I want to clarify, and I apologize for interrupting you, but I want to clarify that it sounds like the primary focus for you is on the person who is actually preparing to make the transition, and that working with the family is secondary. Is that a fair statement?
That's absolutely correct. So the person who is dying is the number one priority. Even if the family is hiring a death doula, the person who is dying is always the first priority. We want to make sure they're being heard and their wishes are being upheld. So sometimes that can get, a little uncomfortable when you are facilitating conversations because families don't always agree on everything. So, but yes, the dying person is always the number one.
Do you find yourself having to be a healthcare advocate in that role as well?
Yes, it does include that too. So kind of advocating for the dying person, making sure they're comfortable, making sure that if they're saying they're in pain or uncomfortable, you can, with permission, relay that to the medical staff. Or sometimes there's even things that go even further into it, like there's a concept of voluntary stopping of eating and drinking, which is essentially someone who decides that they want to do that wants to prematurely end their life. So when it comes to things like that, sometimes when people choose that route, like I've had a client that wanted to choose that route, you have to make sure it's okay with the medical staff if they choose to do that, that you're not crossing any moral boundaries on that aspect. So it can get complicated sometimes, but you're always there advocating for the dying person and their end of life wishes.
Are there legal implications for something like that?
So for voluntary stopping of eating and drinking, that's legal in all 50 states. Just for the sheer fact you can't force someone to eat and drink. That's, if we want to eat and drink, we can. If we don't have to. No one can force us to. There's also the medical aid in dying, which is becoming a little more known now. It used to be called medically assisted suicide. Now it's called medical aid in dying, or MAID. So that's kind of coming around now in the States. So, and in New York, it's coming forward. So it's really exciting to see that we are getting to a place where people can have choices at the end of the life. So if they feel like they're suffering, we can do something about it.
Yeah, that's really important. I mean, the bodily autonomy is a big conversation in a lot of areas these days. Okay, let's go back to the funny story. How did you get into this? Because that seems like you wouldn't think it would be associated with a funny story.
Yeah. So before I worked in the human death care space, I was and still am actually a licensed veterinary technician. So a veterinary technician is essentially a nurse for animals. So we provide medical care, assistant surgeries, support in diagnostics, and very often, and a lot of times on a daily basis, we're there and present at the end of life with people's pets and the families. So in veterinary medicine, death is not as hidden. We talk about quality of life, and we prepare families, and we hold space during the euthanasia process, which in the human realm would be kind of like sitting vigil with somebody, which is sitting with somebody when they're in the dying phase. So we just offered companionship without trying to change the outcome of anything. And while euthanasia isn't part of the human death care space as much yet, so it requires the same skills: presence, steadiness, dignity. And I felt I want to bring this to the human death care space because I feel like that's lacking a little bit. We have
Absolutely.
birth doulas, and we have midwives and everything that helps with birth and sort of other transitional phases of life. And death, it's something people are afraid to talk about. It's something people are afraid to confront. And that's
100%.
a big time where people need that extra support and comfort and care.
And they need to know things are okay. I mean, when we talk about our pets, and that's kind of the bargain we make. If you're going to have a pet, you just know you're going to outlive them, which is, the trade-off for the unconditional love that we get with our pets. But even still, we talk with about pets, about how we know that they're going to have a shorter lifespan, and how does that death process look like. But when it comes to humans, grief and death and dying, it's like, whisper, like we used to talk about cancer. It's like people are so unprepared to. And we say, confront it, but even that makes it sound more aggressive. But even just to face it or own that this is a fact of life. I mean, all of us who are living will die. And one of our mentors even still does, refers to people as future ghosts, because we are. We have such a low ability to talk about death and dying with an openness in this society, and it's really. What you're doing to bring this conversation to the front is really important to help people understand this is natural. It doesn't have to be joyous, of course. I mean, we mourn the loss, but these things we need to create safe spaces, open spaces for people to be able to talk about death, dying, grief, and all the things go with it. Because I would imagine, as a death doula sitting with someone who is dying, there is a level of, I'm sure, fear that goes for the person who is in transition, but there's also the anticipatory grief that is for everyone in the room of, what is going to happen to me when I'm on the other side, or I'm no longer in my body? What happens, how am I going to feel when my loved one leaves their body? There's anticipatory grief is often, so it's so often like how we make the thing we're afraid of, the fear of the thing is more than, that can be more than the thing itself. And having somebody like you who's educated and trained to help people smooth that path or walk that path a little bit more smoothly makes a humongous difference.
Yeah, it's definitely, the more I'm in this space with people, the more I'm realizing how it's definitely needed. People are craving these conversations, even if they're afraid of it. They want to know, how can we talk about this? I want to express my emotions and feelings, but I'm almost afraid to because death is such a taboo subject. So it's definitely needed. People want to have these conversations. Even though people also don't want to have these conversations, they do. They definitely do at the same time. And like you said, it's always grieving.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, I actually forgot what I was gonna say. It's fine. Go ahead.
Oh, I threw you off track. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
I'm sorry. One of the things I was going to say is that it's more than just that the conversations are needed, but sometimes when people are grieving, often the conversations are needed over and over and over again. And that's where grief coaching and grief education comes in. And I imagine as we're talking, I can see so much overlap from the work that we do, which I absolutely love because we need more good people who are doing these kinds of things. But we see so many times with grievers where they are processing the emotions by the conversation, but they may have worn out the repetition and the rumination that's available to them with perhaps immediate family members, maybe a life partner, friends, things like that. And they start to go inside to feel like, oh, I can't keep talking about this. I know they're sick of talking to me about it, but I need to keep talking about it. And that's where the work that we do can really come in and create that safe space, that open space that says, hey, you need to talk about this. Grief needs to be talked about. Death needs to be talked about. We need to create some open air around it where people know that they can and should, and that people are not going to be like, and if we need to talk about it over and again, that here is a safe space that is available. So it's not a one and done for sure. Grief takes a long time.
Oh, 100%. And I always tell people, grief and being in kind of the death space with people that you love, it's the whole spectrum of emotions. Some people, no one's grief looks the same. So some people are relieved at, like, when somebody is about to pass and they feel bad about it. Is somebody that, maybe a loved one suffering so much and they're like, oh, finally, they're going to pass. And then they feel bad, oh my gosh, I can't feel relieved that this person is going to pass away. I love them so much. I shouldn't feel this way. And then they are afraid to convey some of their feelings to maybe other family members or friends because they don't feel comfortable saying something that maybe doesn't go along with the traditional grief people think of with like crying or maybe anger. And so having, grief coaching and people who are in this space understand that there's just a whole spectrum of emotions and a whole spectrum of feelings, and you don't have to feel uncomfortable speaking about those feelings with like somebody like you or somebody like me who's in that space all the time.
And there's no right and there's no wrong. I can't tell you how many times people say to me, I know I'm doing it wrong. I'm like, there is no wrong. There's no right or wrong way to deal with grief. It's different for everyone, and you just are. You're dealing with your emotions. I tell people every day, you're dealing with the situation to the best of your ability with the skills and the information you have at the time. And that's all we can do. And so we can give people more skills and we can give people tools to manage their emotions, but it's, there's no wrong and there's no right way to go through any of this. It just is. Well,
Exactly.
What kind of advice would you give to family members who are so often we feel so helpless standing by watching and waiting for a loved one to transition. What kind of advice would you give to those people?
I would give I think the biggest advice that I give to people a lot of the times is to give that person who is in the dying phase, just space to be who they are, and space to be upset or nervous or unsure, because sometimes our natural instinct to say, oh, everything's going to be okay, you're going to be fine, and inadvertently, as we're trying to help by saying those things, we're almost like telling them, oh, you can't feel scared, you can't feel a certain way. And I tell people, obviously, it's okay. I know you're saying these things out of love, but sometimes giving that person space to not feel, that
Pressure.
that pressure to almost act like they're okay in front of other people is really it's really it helps them like open up more. It helps them feel like they're being heard. It helps them feel like they are just being present in the moment, and they're allowed to feel the feelings that they're feeling. So that's one of the biggest advice I give to people, is just let the person tell you how they feel. If you may not want to hear it, but this is their time, and I promise by letting them convey what they're saying, it's going to help the whole family and friend circle feel better.
What kind of training did you have to do to become a death doula?
So I took there's a lot of different trainings out there. I took training with INELDA, so the International End of Life Doula Association. So they have all different types of trainings, online, in person, other trainings. I'd say all the trainings are different, the way they're conducted. Some are more, we're going to tell you about opening up a death business. Some of them are more emotional led and talking about death and dying in general. So I'd say every training is different. I took the INELDA one. I would say that the one I took was more kind of contemplating death with ourselves, to be able to facilitate conversations with other people. And I loved the training. It definitely opened up something in me. And it definitely made me reflect and realize certain things about myself. And I was like, wow, this is what people want to hear at that time of the life. We had to, talk about, if you were going to die in 3 months, what would you do in this situation or that situation? And so kind of reflecting back on ourselves in that way was eye-opening for me, and helped me realize how I can be of assistance for other people. So I highly recommend that training.
That's right. ANELDA. Okay. An ANELDA. Okay. And with this work, like for me, I work with clients all over the world. Do you have that same flexibility, or is the work that you do more constrained by geography?
You can work with people, virtually if you need to. I'd say when you're working in this space, I guess geographic location, if someone's close to you, is easier, because you can be there for anything that happens in person. So if the person is dying, I can be there right next to them and hold their hand.
That makes a big difference.
But there's nothing, that can make a difference. But is there anything wrong with, working with people, on Zoom or anything? No, you can definitely still do that. But most of the work I do is more kind of local.
I know that telemed and virtual appointments with doctors and stuff is continuing to gain in popularity, but I can definitely see where having your desk doula be there in person and to be able to be an advocate in that space physically there would make a huge difference. So if you are in the New York City, Babylon area of New York, that's Long Island, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you are finding yourself in need of information about a desk doula, Kim may be an answer to a prayer. So, what can you say to people who may want to utilize your service that might be afraid to reach out to somebody like you? And
I would
she's lovely.
say
Let me just say, Kim is the nicest person ever.
Oh, thank you. I would say definitely don't be afraid. People who work in the desk care space are so empathetic, and really, we're really good listeners. So we're here to listen to you and listen to your concerns, and we want to help you in any way we can. So I would definitely say don't be nervous to reach out. Someone like me, I don't know how other people obviously conduct their work in the desk care space. I always do, free discovery calls where we talk on the phone and we talk about everything, and then I can come meet you also, and I'm not going to charge you because we're building a relationship. This is a really intimate space, and it's good to get to know each other. Maybe we're a good fit, maybe we're not the greatest fit, and if we're not the greatest fit, we can always refer you to somebody else who we think would be a good fit. So I would say, don't be nervous about reaching out. Yeah.
Awesome. And Kim, do you have a website?
Yes, I do. So it is goldenthreadayurveda.com.
GoldenThreadAyurveda.
Yes.
.com. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Kim, thank you so much for spending some time with us today. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom, your knowledge, your heart. We really appreciate it. Thank you for being with us. As for me, you can find me live on my Facebook page or on my YouTube channel on Mondays at 4:30 for Eastern Time for channeled information and collective card readings for the week, where I share channeled information and oracle and angel and tarot card readings to help us get through the week, along with individual card readings as well. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for being part of our mission to create a space. If you are looking for grief education or information, please don't hesitate to visit my website, sherrydworkinsmith.com. Remember, your grief is not something to be fixed or a problem to be solved. It's a part of you to be cared for and integrated into a new version of yourself. Have a great week. Thank you so much for being here with us on Beyond the Loss. We'll see you next time.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Look, our hearts and our prayers go out to everybody that's facing weather events at the moment, but particularly in the US where you've had some of those most terrible winter storms. We've seen them on the telly, and you know, you just can't begin to imagine the tragedy and the difficulty that everybody's going through and trying to keep warm and trying to go about their lives in such a severe weather event. I mean, here in Australia on the television seems so very surreal where we're sitting here sort of, you know, fanning ourselves trying to keep cool, and you know, we're dealing with heat events and flood events and fires, and you guys are dealing with, you know, snow and ice and it doesn't matter what sort of weather event you're experiencing, no matter where you are in the world, it's always a very traumatic experience, and it's something that people sort of seem to be sort of becoming a little bit blasé to, I'm finding, because there's so many of them, so many once in 50 years, once in 100 years, once in a 200-year event at the moment. And that just has to indicate that the climate is changing. We all have to sort of start rethinking what we're doing, how we're using fossil fuels, and, you know, what can we do as our small contribution to maybe sort of changing some of these weather events or minimising them in some way so that we're not all experiencing these terrible catastrophic events so frequently. That's my little beef for the day. Anyway, I hope you've had a great week. We had a wonderful weekend here with, you know, Australia Day, and I think people are still nursing their hangovers even a couple of days later. I'm not, I don't drink, but it was a wonderful time to celebrate this amazing country. So the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is the Ace of Pentacles. Now, it's a really interesting card because the Ace of Pentacles is money coming, but the secondary meaning of that is your divine wish being granted. Now, look, I'm sure everybody might have a wish or two in their back pocket that they would like to have granted. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily you're going to win the lottery or all of a sudden become self-sufficient and not have another bill to pay. It could be something that is simple as sort of, you know, achieving a milestone with an exercise program or achieving something health-wise, which that's worth more than money. You know, if you can start to bring your health back into some sort of balance where you start to feel normal or start to feel like your old self, that's your divine wish being granted, in my opinion. Because as we all age, we all get different ailments and different things that happen to us, and there's different reasons why we'd want a divine wish granted. And for lots of people, a divine wish is, as I said, not on a monetary term. It can be on a very personal term. It can be achieving something that you've been working long and hard towards. It can be a child's first day at school. There's many reasons for a divine wish being granted. So every time this card comes out, I do think of, yes, money coming in, but I also think of what are my blessings? What am I going to be turning around and saying, a divine wish of mine has been granted, what can I be thankful for? And I think that's the important part, that we need to be thankful for some of the things, the blessings that we do have in our lives. And, you know, not everybody's going to be filthy rich and not everybody's going to be famous, but we all have our own way of succeeding in our lives, and that's what we need to measure ourselves against, is against ourselves, not everybody else. So this is a really positive card, so I hope that there's some more money coming in for lots of people. Okay, so we're going on to the astrological section of the show. It's really interesting because at the moment we've got a real shift of a lot of planets sort of sitting in very tight orbs, is what it's known in astrology, where they're all sort of clustered together. So it sort of makes the energy really intense, really quite tight. And it can also be a time where we all need to really try and understand what's going on around us, because there's triggers there for no matter which your star sign is that you don't quite sort of understand, and you don't understand why all of a sudden you've got aggressive, or you've got short-tempered, or you've got no patience, or last week I was perfectly fine with it and this week it's like I want to punch somebody's lights out and I don't understand why. Nothing's really changed. Why is my attitude changing? It can be a planetary configuration. It can be a planetary trigger. that sort of changes the demographics of how we see something or how we feel about something and how we respond to it. So it's really interesting to understand these triggers and sort of try and pull ourselves up and say, well, hang on a minute, we don't necessarily need to behave like everybody else just because they're all losing their mind over it. I can sort of be the odd one out and sort of be a little bit calmer in the situation and a little bit more logical or practical, or sort of put a bit of water on the fire and sort of calm things down a little bit. So the real emphasis this week is in Aquarius. So happy birthday to all the Aquarians. I have lots of Aquarian friends, and over the years I've teased them about, daring to be different all the time, that they don't like to conform, they don't like to follow rules, and they are a rule unto themselves, and they can even change that in a split second. The goalposts change even for themselves very quickly. It's a matter of what suits them at that second. But, they're interesting people. They do think outside the square. A lot of times people misinterpret Aquarians and say that they have absolutely zero emotion. That's not true. Aquarians don't wear their heart on their sleeve, but they feel it in their tummy, and they don't necessarily let anybody else know what's going on. If they are stressed out or they are concerned or they are emotional, they tend to try and keep a poker face or keep a very logical, practical way of looking at something while their stomach's churning around like a duck paddling underneath the water. It looks serene on the surface, but underneath its little legs are going, or its little web feet are going 10 to the dozen. So you've got to think of an Aquarian being like that, looking very serene like a duck, but there's a lot of activity going on underneath the surface. So we have Mars, the planet of action, is conjunct or holding hands Pluto, and Pluto is conjunct or holding hands the Sun. Now, when we get three planets together like this that are in very close proximity to each other, we call it a stellium. And we always look at what is the first planet, what is leading the charge, because that's the planet that's like the engine of the train. The other planets behind it are like the carriages falling in line and sort of, making up the train. So if you look at it in those sort of terms, you understand then why a stellium is so important, because the energy is incredibly tight, but there always has to be a leader. And in this case, it's Mars. Now, Mars is the planet of action. Mars is the planet that makes us get out of bed, that says, right, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Gives us our motivation, gives us our drive. Now, Mars isn't always the most positive planet. Mars can sometimes just be a little bit like the bull in the china shop. Let's get something happening for the sake of happening. So you have to be very aware of the Mars energy here, particularly with it being in Aquarius, because the Mars energy here is a little bit like the bull in the china shop, and people aren't really putting their thinking. They're trying to think outside the square. They're trying to do something different. They're saying this isn't working, that isn't working, so we'll go a different direction. We'll try this, we'll try that. But what they're doing is they're doing it too fast. There's really not any thought. It's like, oh, okay, that came into my mind, we'll go that way. Oh, that didn't work, we'll go this way. Oh, that didn't work, we'll try this. So there's no planning or no real action there behind it. And that is what makes Mars here very dangerous, particularly when you've got it conjunct or holding hands Pluto. Now, Pluto is the planet of transformation. Pluto likes to come in and be slow, deliberate, definite, making sure that any lessons that you learn from Pluto are not forgotten. So you've got two planets working sort of virtually opposite. You've got one that wants to be the bull in the china shop and get everything done yesterday. Then you've got Pluto coming in and saying, now let's slow this down. Let's think about it. Let's look at it. Let's plan it. Let's sort of see what we can gain out of this. There's got to be some lessons to be gained here. There's got to be some ground we've got to cover, and we want to make some traction. We want to make some real difference. So they're sort of almost opposite and sort of fighting with each other, if you want to put it that way, as they're trying to sort of work together. And that's a tall order for them to work together. And then we have the final part of the stellium, which is Pluto is conjunct or holding hands the Sun. Now, the Sun is sort of saying, this is where I want to shine. I want people to take notice of me. I want people to take notice of, I'm very intelligent. I come up with some great ideas. I can think outside the square. I dare to be different. I stand on my convictions. I don't let anybody talk me out of it unless they can come up with a very solid argument that piques my interest, and I think, they've got something there that, yes, that needs to be explored, or I hadn't thought of it that way. So, the Sun is asking for some thought-provoking answers here or some ideas or some suggestions. So it's a really interesting mix with this stellium, with Mars wanting to get in, get it sorted out yesterday. Pluto saying, woo, hang on a minute, let's slow down, let's look at this, let's try and find out how we can move forward in a positive, definite sort of direction that we're teaching people or we're changing things for the better as we go along. And then the Sun is saying, but hang on a minute, I want this to be my way. I want to be the one in the spotlight. I want to shine. I want people to know it was my idea. So it's a little bit of a conflict of interest there. So this is definitely affecting the Aquarians, the other air signs, which are Gemini and Libra, the opposite sign of Leo. But you also must be aware that this is affecting all the other remaining 8 signs in varying degrees. And it's sort of like 1 minute it can be lukewarm or just off the cold, and the next minute it can be at boiling point. So it's sort of seesawing very, very quickly. So just be aware of that. Just be making sure that if you've got something that you've got to say or you've got to go into an important meeting, make sure you're not going in with the Mars energy too much. Maybe go in there with sort of a little bit more of a subdued or a laid back attitude and sort of present your case in a non-threatening sort of way. I think you'll catch more people to listen to you and take notice of what you've got to say, and you'll shine better and maybe show them that there's some long-term changes or benefits here with Pluto that, yes, we can, implement it fairly quickly, but we can do it in a way that's beneficial, not just for like a sugar hit, but for a very long-term change or benefit for what needs to be happening. So the next part that I want to talk about is Saturn is in Pisces. Now look, Saturn and Neptune have been doing a dance together for quite some time now, for quite a long time, and I'm sure you're probably sick of hearing about it, but Saturn is in the final degrees of Pisces and is conjunct or holding hands Neptune. Now Neptune was only just come out of Pisces and moved into Aries. So this makes it very, very interesting because we've got Saturn here, the planet of discipline, is asking us to sort of finally sort of look at how we can sort of nail everything down on a creative level, on the things that we've learned, that we've learned to sort of approach things in a different way. We've got different ways of handling conflict. We've found different resolutions. We've sort of shown a strength that hasn't been there before, or people didn't associate with Pisces before, that, oh yeah, that's just the fish two fish chasing its tail. Now it's sort of almost like the world sitting up and taking notes and saying, well, hang on a minute, Pisces people do really have something to offer the world. They are quite wise and strong and can deliver a message and can stick to their guns and sort of be quite firm. They're not as wishy-washy as everybody made them out to be. So this is the good effects of Saturn being in Pisces for the last 12 months. But when you've got Neptune, which is the ruling planet that was in Pisces for such a long time, it was trying to show people that, they are a very creative sign. They can think outside the square. They can find different ways to resolve an issue without necessarily becoming angry or aggressive or needing to go to war, that there's other ways of solving situations. Now that Neptune has changed energies and has gone out of Pisces and has gone into Aries, Neptune is now going to become more defensive. Neptune's now going to become more me first. It's showing you that, okay, I've got some creative energy here. I've got ability to transform things. I've got the ability to sort of look at maybe going down a dark tunnel, but I'm going to do it by myself. I'm not necessarily going to take everybody with me, because the Aries energy is a little bit of a loner sort of energy. It's a very me first energy. It's sort of, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to achieve this. Not we, it's an I situation. So Neptune's going to have to adjust to this, coming out of Pisces where everything was sort of more of a collective, and now we're moving into the I. Neptune's going to struggle a little bit in these first few months, I feel, as Neptune starts to bed in and understand the changes and the urgency that comes with being in Aries, that everything wants to be done yesterday, where in Pisces it was like we could slow it down, we could take our time a little bit and look at what needed to be done. So there's going to be a little bit of a tug of war there with Saturn and Neptune over the next few weeks. So whether you're a water sign, which is Pisces, Cancer and Scorpio, or the opposite sign of Virgo, or if you're a fire sign, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra, I'm going to say to you there's going to be a little bit of a tug of war there. One part of you might be saying, let's slow down and make sure that we complete the lessons that we were here to do, and the other part saying, come on, let's go, it's time for action, it's, it's full steam ahead, and it's sort of going to be a little bit of conflict within yourself. So whatever your star sign is, just be aware that there could be this conflict of interest going on, and you 1 minute you're happy to slow things down, the next minute you want to go off like a speeding train. So, just I think adjust yourselves as you go along. We have Jupiter in Cancer, and it will be there till the early part of March. I know that a lot of Cancerians are really feeling the pinch with this at the moment. They're feeling as if it's been a very difficult time with Jupiter there, and particularly with it going retrograde, and it's still going to be going retrograde until that first week in March. So it's a time now for Cancers particularly to sort of rethink what they're doing. Look at things. There's a newfound confidence there that, there might be some projects that you're working on that are a little bit slower than what you would like them to be, but bear in mind they are still percolating along in the background. You may not be able to see the results yet, but they are working. They are there, and they are going to bring things to fruition for you. And, you've just got to have the patience and the faith to sort of keep hanging in there. It will all happen. And finally, we're going to talk about Uranus. Uranus has been in Taurus now for a long time. It's winding up around April. It's sort of coming out of its retrograde phase in April. So, there's a lot of change there for earth sign people at the moment, which is Capricorn, Virgo, and I've forgotten the last one. Isn't that terrible? Taurus, of course, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So you need to be sort of aware that it's time now to wrap things up. It's time to sort of tidy up your backyard, so to speak, and sort of get ready for the changes that are coming. Uranus likes to work very suddenly, like a bolt of lightning. If you're not listening, he'll just come in and clear the decks, and you'll say, oh, I didn't want it that way. Well, you've had plenty of time. Uranus has given you plenty of time to sort of make changes in your life that you can start to sort of bring about things into fruition as you would like them to be. That's where we're going to leave the astrology section. We're going to talk with Kathy in Rexburg in Idaho in the USA. Are you there, Kathy?
Yes.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Kathy?
Well, was my son's accident a purpose, or was it an accident?
No, I think it was an accident, sweetie. I don't feel it was done on purpose. There's a lot of energy sitting around you at the moment, isn't there? It's sort of like, it's almost like I feel like your life's feeling very electric at the moment. Have you been feeling sort of difficult to sort of settle or sleep of a night, things like that your mind's racing a fair bit?
Not sleeping well.
Yeah, that's because of the energy, this very intense, like electricity energy that's around you at the moment. Look, that'll only be there for another few days or a week, and then I think everything's going to sort of start to settle down. Were you in the throes of making some major changes in your life towards the end of last year, that you were sort of thinking about things, maybe not ready to act yet, but sort of certainly looking at everything very, very carefully about where you want 2026 to go?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and look, that's going to start to build momentum again. Look, what they're showing me here on a timeline, Kathy, is as much as possible, don't bring out or do anything new until March. If you don't have to make any changes till then, let's just coast along till then. That may not be possible with some things. Some things might need to be tidied up or addressed now, but anything that we can push out till then, let's do so, to give yourself a chance to sort of make sure that everything that you're going to do this year is right, is as best as it can be, so that when we go to start to move forward, it's like, well, I've already planned all that. It's just 1, 2, 3, and it becomes easier. And also give your body a little bit of a chance to sort of catch up with all this electric type of energy that's been around you. I want to sort of get you back into some good sleeping patterns, because you're going to need that, very rested body to be able to sort of push forward with the changes and the things that you want to implement in your life this year. It's interesting because they keep showing me that you've learnt the word no, and I was going to say congratulations. You've learned to say no to people. You've learned to say no to people that, and not just go along and do things because they've asked you or they want you to, that you're standing up for yourself a lot more now, and that's good. We don't have to do everything for everybody. We can be true to ourselves. So that's part of the transformation that's happening. Is there, I'm not exactly going to say a move of residents, but is there some sort of changes coming up around the residents?
I don't know. I don't think so.
So you don't think so? But that can be something as simple as buying a new couch or hanging some new curtains or something like that. I just sort of saw a very slight change coming up around the house around May, June, and that sort of indicated to me like everything after that was sort of really ramping up and things were going to get very, very, very busy. So, this is a year where you're going to need to really be able to think on your feet. Somebody asks you a question, it's got to be a yes or no, and it's got to be that quick. There's not going to be a lot of time to be able to think about things or to analyse things. You're going to have to go with that first response that you get and know that that'll be the right way to go. We won't have time to sort of sit down and analyse too many things. But overall, I think you've got a great year coming up, Kathy.
Great. That's nice to hear.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's exciting, so just make sure you try and get as much rest as you possibly can and, don't second guess things. If somebody walks up and says, do you want a new red car? You say yes or no, don't stop and think about it. Just go with what feels automatic to you. And that way, then I think you'll achieve a lot more this year. So it's been lovely to talk to you. That's where we're going to leave Kathy now in Idaho. We're going to talk with Donna now in Santa Barbara in California. Are you there, Donna? Hello, Donna.
Oh, hello, Amanda. Hi. How are you?
How are you, sweetie? Do you have a question I can answer for you today, Donna?
Yes, I do. About a month ago, I was at this outside beach restaurant sitting there, and I was facing the people that were standing on the cement looking at the ocean, and there was a man really attracted to me. I felt him magnetized to me, and I don't know, I was having a very hard day that day, but everything came out all right. So I didn't, make any moves to say hi or anything, and he didn't. And then when I was driving away, his friend was on one side and he on the other side of the parking lot, and he just had his arms out like, oh, what happened? And I was wondering, do you think I'll ever see him again? Because I really felt there was a heart connection.
Did he have dark hair?
He had light hair, I think light. It's hard to say. He was dressed very different, like, I don't know, kind of European looking, very tall, handsome. Yeah, real handsome. Younger than I. Maybe I thought I was younger. I don't know, because I had a hat on and sunglasses.
No, the one I got had very dark hair, so I'm not sure that it's the same man, but I've got a man.
That was his friend, or his father.
Oh, okay,
I don't know who.
Yeah. Okay, but they were, both of them were, yes, very, very well dressed and sort of stood very tall, like we sort of tend to, well, here in Australia, we tend to slouch a bit too much, but the Europeans tend to stand very upright, as if they've been trained that as children. And that's what I got, this very upright sort of man. And the dark-headed man must have been saying something to his friend then, because he was the one that seemed to be vocal, that was coming forward to me sort of saying, you shouldn't have let it get away. So, obviously
right.
Some sort of
his father wanted him for me. I think it was his father's friend. I don't know. But I don't even know if they live here. Nothing. Oh.
Look, I'm a firm believer in fate. And, if something's meant to be, you will bump into him again, because, there was such a connection there. It wasn't something that, oh, well, that's nice. You didn't just admire him and walk on. Like there was a real pull there from the soul level. I actually feel he's sort of kicking himself that he didn't walk up and say something, but he was frozen. He wasn't able to open his mouth. It was like he wasn't able to move his body or open his mouth, and he sort of says to himself, why did that happen? It's never happened to me before. Like I've never been lost for words or all those sort of things. And that's probably why he gave you that, that he outstretched his arms as you drove past, sort of wondering what happened, because he was frozen and probably thought you were too. And it's like, oh my goodness, have we lost this opportunity? I don't believe so. I think you're going to bump into him again. I don't think it's going to be in the same location. I think it's going to be a random thing, but this time somebody will speak to the other person, because he's not going to let you get away this time. Not at all.
Good.
I don't think it's just yet, though. I'm sort of looking more around March or April, and it'll be somewhere that you don't normally go, like you've stopped somewhere to buy some bananas or something, and it's not even in your area, and that's when you're going to meet him, and you're going to turn around and think later, well, I don't know how on earth that happened. Like I didn't go out to buy bananas. I just got this idea in my head, I'll pull in there and buy a bunch of bananas or whatever it might be. It'll be something as silly as that. And you sort of, that's how the universe works. It's like playing a game of chess. They've got to get us to be in the right positions for the magic to happen. And, if we ignore that message that they give us, or that suggestion, then the piece on the chessboard can't move, so therefore it can't happen. So we have to follow the little messages or the prompts that we're given, because there's always a reason, even if we can't see it at the time. There's a reason for that psychic flash, if you want to call it that, that I got that strong feeling I had to pull in there and buy bananas. I don't know what for, I had some at home, but, I'll do it anyway. So follow those sort of things. But he hasn't been able to stop thinking about you since then, and he keeps kicking himself saying, I should have done something. But it was like literally he was so mesmerized he couldn't do anything. It was like somebody cemented him to the ground.
And
I think you felt a little bit that way
another
too.
thing, I don't want to be the aggressor,
Oh, no. And it needs,
he has to.
He's old-fashioned in that way. He needs to be the one that does the chasing, that makes the first.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's very much his MO. So, and that's what I mean. He's blaming himself for not making that move, you know what I mean, or not doing something.
Yeah, I think so too.
He's not blaming you. He sort of looks at it, well, you did exactly what you should have done, and he's the one that should have made the move or did something or flagged you down or anything, like anything he could have done, but he didn't. And he's replayed it a million times in his mind at what he could have done or what he should have done, and he didn't. And he keeps kicking himself because he thinks to himself, I've never had that connection with anybody before in my life, and maybe I've missed it now.
Yeah.
But he hasn't.
There was something there, soulmate or something. Yeah. Love at first sight. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't just looks. It was the way I felt. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, people talk about love at first sight, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it's more, yes, we've got to be attracted to that person, but what it is it's the soul connection. That's what the deepness is, That's why people call it first sight. Is the two souls come together and know that they should be together, and they don't question it. You know what I mean? It's like it's so powerful that you can't ignore it. It's not a fancy. It's not like somebody walking past with the trolley of desserts and you say, oh, that looks nice and that looks nice and that looks nice. Oh, but I'll have that over there. Oh, but maybe I should have done that. No, it's not like that. This is a pull that you can't explain. And I've always been of the belief that you know straight away when you meet somebody whether you could spend the rest of your life with them. I'm not saying you should make a decision then, but I'm saying, but on a soul point of view, you already know. As you do with this gentleman, you already know the pull was so strong that, now you're sort of questioning, well, what could I have done differently to make something happen out of it? The answer is absolutely nothing. You've done what's right. The universe will create. So you just keep that, just make sure every time you go out, you look lovely.
Yeah. I'll try, yeah.
Okay.
Make up earrings, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're going to have to leave it, sweet, because we've come to the end of the show, but I hope that's been of help.
Oh, thank you, Matt. Oh, you make me feel good. Yeah. I'll let you know when it happens, okay?
Wonderful. I'll look forward to it.
Yeah.
So at the the end of each show, I always sort of share with people a song that sort of has either been special or gone through my head or something that sort of popped into my mind. This week, I'm going to share with you a song that just about everybody would know, and it's quite fitting here for Donna. It's called The Time of My Life. Now, it was the main song out of Dirty Dancing, which was 34 years ago now. 34 years, doesn't that make us all feel old? And they're about
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Oracle Buffet on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hola mundo, bienvenidos a otra edición del Buffet de Oráculos. Hello world, welcome to another edition of the Oracle Buffet, brought to you by Heather, myself, and the universe. Ding! That's the tagline or the jingle for the universe I just made up. I hope it likes it. Anyway, how's everyone feeling? Speaking of making stuff up after that full moon in Leo. Reason I say making stuff up about Leo is because Leo's, creative and likes to have fun. I don't know about you, but I kind of got my butt kicked. It was a lot with all the planets in Aquarius and then the moon opposing that. It was like, yeah, it shined some light on a little bit of cray-cray inside me. And it probably did for you. Actually, Saturday, I heard from a lot of people the day before the full moon that they were like, what is going on? Like, I got all sorts of stuff going on today. I'm feeling crazy. So if you were feeling crazy too, you're definitely not alone. Yeah, it was real. And we made it. So anyway, here we are. It's Tuesday. We're going to be taking a caller here soon. And as we get that person on the line, let's talk about some sponsorship. For sponsor of the day, High Class Grass, a plant-based company. Check them out, highclassgrass.com. Also on the Amazon, TikTok, and the Walmart. And then what else? Lighthouse Center Inc., Whitmore Lake, Michigan. That's my grandmother's meditation center. She's not there anymore physically, but she's there in spirit. So go ahead, if you're in the Whitmore Lake, Michigan area, go ahead and stop by, take a class, do a meditation, whatever you'd like. That being said, we're still waiting here. I'm offering full moon astrology readings. I'm fully booked for now for this month. But anyway, it's something I'm going to do every month from now on, is offer a mini reading based on the full moon. So follow my page, Psychic Astrology with Heather, on Facebook. If you want to get in on that, I'm also going to do, I believe, Mercury retrograde readings too, which Mercury retrograde's coming up in a few weeks here. And that always makes for a fun time for all of us. Still waiting on our caller here. Technical difficulties, but that'll happen. Speaking of Mercury retrograde, technical difficulties. And also, I'm going to be pulling cards on the old Oracle Buffet tomorrow for everybody. So if you'd like to have your cards pulled, if you want a message for all the signs, check out my Facebook page tomorrow too. And speaking of that, while we're waiting, we're gonna pull a card for everybody. All right, what does the universe want everybody to know today? All right, the universe wants everybody to know two things. Soul solitude. Your soul needs attention. There are moments when it's important to get away, not just from the noise of the outside world, but to find a place where your soul can experience peace and quiet, a place for solitude. This is the time to pause and reflect, a time for you. Well, isn't that timely? As we're waiting on air here, this is a time for soul solitude. Time to pause and reflect. So that's what we're doing, is pausing and reflecting. All right. And become more productive. Sleep, daydream, and play. If you really want to be productive and find creative solutions to your problems, you need to employ your night shift, your subconscious genius. When you are blocked, you, that is, the conscious you, needs to sleep on it. Take a nap, play the violin, as Einstein did, or take a walk so your larger brain can go to work for you. Once you start accessing and using your subconscious genius, you'll be considerably more productive with minimal stress or effort. So, be more productive, sleep, daydream, play. A lot of times that's what I found, is that when you're asleep, the answers come to you. And this has been a technique that's used for many people throughout the years, is ask a question before you go to bed, and you'll often get the answer that you've been seeking in your waking mind. All right, pardon me. Okay, so yeah, before you go to bed, ask a question, see what the universe presents to you for an answer. I can't remember what the scientist was, but he was trying to like put together these fossils. And what he did was he had a dream about how these fossils go together of this fish. And sure enough, that's what it was. He put together the fossil fish. So speaking of fossil fish, let's talk about astrology. Who do we got? We got Paula. How are you today, Paula?
I'm doing great.
Welcome to the Oracle
Doing
Buffet.
really good.
All
Yes.
right, Paula. We're going to do a mini astrology reading and an Oracle Buffet reading on you. Can you tell me your date of birth?
4/17/65.
You're whatever. That's my birthday. That's what I'm trying to say. That's awesome.
Oh, great.
So I'm already excited to talk to you because I know you're awesome. Do you know what time you were born at, Paula?
Excuse me?
Do you know what time you were born at?
I think like around 8-ish.
AM or PM?
In the morning. AM.
All right. And where at?
Excuse me?
Where at?
Albany, New York.
All right. Just gonna get your chart pulled up here. Let's see what I see. Just because of the delay and everything, I'm not gonna ask you for any questions till the end, Paula. So just so you're aware.
All right.
First of all, holy Aries. We knew you were in Aries, obviously, April 17th. But you've got your Mercury in Aries, you've got your Sun in Aries, and you've got your Venus in Aries. It's not too dissimilar from my chart, actually. So this will be fun. So you are definitely a go-getter. You're a mover. You're a shaker. You don't like to sit still.
Yes.
How does the saying go? Fools tread where angels, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Us Aries folk, we just like to rush right in. It's like the faster the better. So you're a quick thinker, a quick mover, perhaps a little aggressive at times, perhaps say the least, but your temper and your straightforwardness and your bluntness, those have all been things you've been working on throughout the course of your life, of course. But anyway,
I'm very
Aries
blunt.
What was that?
I said I'm very blunt.
I see that. Yeah, I see that for sure. You and I would just have a heck of a time together. It would But anyway, so having your sun or having so many planets in Aries again makes you brave, makes you bold. Part of your role in this world right now is to lead people with I lost my screen here. To lead those around you with your bravery, with your boldness. That's your role in the world as an Aries, is being a warrior, being brave. So if people are scared right now, or people are scared around you, it's your general role in the world to be that brave person, to be that spark of divine inspiration for other people. That's the role of the Aries person in this world. Now, as far as your moon goes, so that's your outer world. Your moon is in Scorpio. So you've got two different sides of you. You got the bold, brave, fast Aries on the outside, who's willing to do whatever and just put herself out there and be a little bit brash. And then you've got the inside, which is Scorpio, which not only makes you super freaking psychic, this combination here, but the moon in Scorpio, it's like, I liken it to a swamp almost. It's like you kind of hold things in, you absorb what's going on around you. Aries has a tendency to push out, but Scorpio absorbs what's going on around it. And not only that, it's conjunct with Neptune. So this makes you extra psychic. And it also makes you kind of overly idealistic too, to an extent, and perhaps sometimes a little bit delusional, which we're all delusional in our own ways. But a lot of that delusion is actually just psychic ability coming in for you. But you might feel, Paula, that you have like two different, how do I say this? You have like, I don't want to say multiple personalities, but part of you is optimistic, brave, and bold, and the other part of you is sad and kind of holds on to things and is a little bit
going on
vengeful, perhaps, or I don't know if that's the right term. But it tends to hold on to things and tends to hold grudges, perhaps. But anyway, this combination here, super psychic, is super great at absorbing what's going on around it. You got to learn to let go, though. In your emotional world, you got to learn to let go of things that are bothering you, things from the past, and you got to learn to ease up on yourself. That's part of the lesson here.
Hard.
What was that?
That I am hard on myself.
You are. On one hand, you're bright, joy, and funny, and then on the other hand, you're like dark and dingy and like just really down on yourself. And you have a tendency to get into melancholic moods. So as far as what your soul came to learn in this lifetime here, is you need to learn to be more Gemini-like. Gemini is light-hearted, it's curious, it's fun, it's playful. It doesn't think it knows everything like us Aries kind of do sometimes. It's open to new things. It likes to gossip. It likes to meet the neighbors. It just likes to get more information. That's your general mini astrology reading, Paula. I'm going to pull some cards for you, and we're going to see how you feel about those. So what does the universe want Paula to know today? We're doing past, present, and future. Past, present, future. Okay, here's past, Paula. Surrender unhealthy relationships. Let go of relationships that don't serve you, including unavailable or toxic people. You deserve to be treasured by others and to be surrounded by positive people. All right. Present. Devotion unites me with the infinite. What was that, Paula?
That card was definitely right. Point on.
And Venus Aries will rush into anything. So that totally fits. But anyway, I'm getting low on time. So present, devotion unites me with the infinite. And then future, balance. My needs will be met. Change me, divine beloved, into one who can fully offer my schedule to you so my life can be in balance. Let me take rest whenever necessary, trusting one way or another, all my needs will be met. Aries doesn't like to sit still. They like to do things. But that's telling you that in the future, you need to understand that all your needs are going to be met and everything's going to be balanced out. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
All
Very
right.
much so.
Excellent. Well, young lady, who's super awesome because she has the awesomest birthday ever, and I'm not biased at all. Do you have any questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, only thing I've got a question about I'm raising my daughter's two kids. I adopted them, but she's always causing me so much trouble. Do you see her doing good by us someday? Coming back to us, or, is she always going to be who she is?
I don't know what's happening. You're within your Saturn return right now, and I believe that's tied to your Saturn return here. So Saturn's almost out of Pisces, but give it 6 months to a year. They told me. So take that for what you will.
Okay.
That's the answer I was given. We are about out of time here, Paula.
Okay, well, you're awesome and so spot on about everything.
Awesome.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Of course. That's where the balance card comes in, I think, is that you got to trust that everything's going to work out and you're going to have all your needs met with your grandkids.
I'm just happy I found out I'm not seeing things and seeing dreams that are really weird. So, yeah.
That makes sense with where your chart's at now and everything. And your Saturn return. But we're about out of time. Thank you so much, Paula. If you want to continue this conversation, feel free to reach out on my site. But otherwise, have a wonderful day and keep being an awesome Aries, okay?
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darling ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons, and I'm New York City Celebrity Psychic. This is my retreat here. That Chinese screen in the back is, it's from China. Okay. Anyway, I am, we're snowed in where I am right now. So I haven't, I'm a little out of touch with humanity. So we're going to dive right into the psychic tarot weather. And psychic tarot weather is like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. While I'm doing this, please feel free to call in and ask me any question that's in your heart, as long as it's not calculus, geography, or certain aspects of geometry. Physics is okay. Anyway, so the first card represents the beginning of the week, starting today. So the second card is the weekend. The third card is the rest of the week until next Wednesday. Hi, Melissa. I'm glad you're here.
Hi, Perry.
Hi, sweetie.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm good.
Good. I'm just going to do the psychic tarot weather. So I'm going to ask you to do some vagus nerve breathing, VAGUS nerve breathing. Goes like this until I come back to you. So just breathe in deeply, like that, and then breathe in what's on top of that, like that, and then breathe out through pursed lips, like you're blowing out a candle. It's a little undignified, and it will amuse any toddlers in your vicinity. But do that like 3 times just to bring your central nervous system into alignment, as opposed to the vagus nerve, VAGAS, which is when stimulated, where you wake up in a hotel in a Nevada city surrounded by 10 unconscious sex workers, 10,000 empty bottles of liquor, and a missing decade of your life. But enough about my personal life. Anyways, glad you're here. Melissa means honey in Greek, doesn't it?
What's that?
Melissa means honey in Greek, right?
Yeah, I think it means honeybee.
Okay, either is good. So, all right, here's the psychic weather for the week. This is for you and everybody. And then we'll get to your specific question. You sound really nice. I'm glad you called. Yay. Okay. So the first part of this is an interesting card. I'm going to have to put my finger over parts of it. I didn't realize this is a fairly uninhibited tarot deck. Okay. So I'm putting my fingers over the naughty bits. Sorry, I need a manicure. So this is the card of, it's the devil card, but it doesn't mean literally like, ooh, big guy with horns and, that thing. what it does mean is that you might be in a time of quitting being in bondage to something or someone. So you might be struggling to quit drinking or smoking, or maybe getting out of a relationship that some part of you knows is not good for you. And this card is saying that you've got a lot of sort of angelic energy behind you supporting that decision. So anything you decide to stop doing, whether it's smoking, drinking, toxic relationship, crochet, excuse me. Actually, I think you can keep doing crochet. So that's the first part of the week. Interestingly, second part of the week, the weekend. It's a great card for the weekend. This is the victory in, can you see this? It's the Chariot card. It's a chariot being pulled by a black sphinx and a white sphinx. And what that means is sphinxes are useful. What it means is combining arts and business. So you might be getting a new job where you combine something sort of arts related and something business related, or you might be starting your own side hustle, which combines both. Or you might be, it's usually woman-led business. So you might be sorry about that. And the last card, almost there, Melissa. Oh, this is really nice. We have the Six of Cups. This always means to me that somebody you used to love or used to be friends with or was very important to you is coming back into your life. This could be the return of an old lover. I mean, young, but not a current love. Oh, you know what I mean. It could be you reconnecting with a friend from maybe childhood. But it's a wonderful card. And whenever it shows up, it presages a time of kind of sweetness, nostalgia, and reminiscence and good stuff. So it's going to be a good week. Okay. All right, my darling, how can I help you?
I kind of a general question, I guess. Where do you see me within the next year in, kind of love and life? Where do you see my path going? Is it going to be with somebody, by myself? Do I kind of stay put and grow as I am? What do you see kind of towards the end of this next year?
Gotcha. Good question. What day is your birthday? I like to connect people
February
through their
9th.
Oh,
February 9th. I'm going to be 45 and
you're just a baby. She's older than you. Okay. What has happened? Melissa? The fact that you're not in a relationship right now is, on some level, your choice, because the relationship that's coming towards you, and it is, but it's not immediate. You've some part of your spirit or soul has chosen to be by yourself right now, so you can grow into your own expectations rather than anybody else's. You have a tendency, well, I mean, we all do. We all have a tendency to kind of change ourselves a little bit to be with the person that we are in love with. But for you, you've been changing very fast. The last few months, last year kind of sucked. I'm not gonna lie. This year's going to be much better, and you're going to notice this kicking in right after your birthday, around February 15th to 25th. I think you're not going to meet, I don't feel like men, women, llamas, whoever this person is. I'm just going to call them Bob. I don't know. I just like the name Bob.
That was my ex-boyfriend's name. That's funny.
Well, that's just my job. It's funny. It's not a name you hear very much anymore. Okay, so this feels to me like, well, he might be coming. If that Bob comes back around, you're done with him. Don't go back there, even if it's tempting. But you're very attractive. I mean, you just are. Yeah, I can see you. I'm good at remote viewing.
Thank you.
So you really don't have to worry about finding somebody, because the minute you decide that, okay, it's time for me to have a relationship, the person's going to appear. I think you're going to meet somebody. Are you traveling this summer? Are you going to like Greece in August or something?
No, I don't have any big travel plans quite yet. A few little ones, but nothing crazy big.
Okay. I think you're probably going to wind up taking a bigger I can't talk. Hold on. I'll rewind. There. I think you're going to wind up traveling farther and more than you think. You might be accidentally taking a cruise. That happened. I won a cruise once, and it's like, wow. So either somebody's going to invite you in one, or it looks to me like you're going to be traveling August, September. And I think that's where you're going to meet this person. Yeah, actually. Even if you don't have anything planned, trust me on this.
Okay.
But it's also going to happen. You really have been changing a lot, and in a very good way. And it can be lonely, it can be hard, it can be sad, but the worst of that is over, and you've learned, unlike most people, you've actually learned from your experience. Do you feel that's true?
Yes, that is very true.
Cool. Yeah, I think so too. Well, Aquariuses are great. You guys are awesome. You're not like other signs.
This is true. This is very true.
Yeah. I mean, there's like 11 other signs, and then there's Aquarius, and you're not like the rest of us. And that's a great thing. You guys are always very original. You very seldom let your heart speak louder than your head, and I kind of think that's a good thing. But the person you're going to find is somebody who's an intellectual equal, because one of the things you're doing this year is you're finding out, like on some level, you've always known you're really smart, but you're going to really dive into that this year. You might even go back to school, but on some level, you're going to take your intelligence and do you write, or do you have kind of a writer way of looking at things?
No, I'm artistic, but no, I don't really do any of that currently. I do work a corporate ladder that I don't want to continue to climb, but I do.
Yes.
But I teach yoga, I do chakra balancing, like that type of stuff.
Oh,
so
cool.
in essence, that's kind of artsy, more than corporate ladder.
Yeah, you're not a corporate person. I guess the artsy is what I was picking up on. I would keep your corporate job for now because there's going to be a lot of societal ups and downs coming up. So you want some stability. I would think about building something out from your yoga teaching. I teach Kundalini yoga.
Okay.
For you, I think that you might want to, I don't know if you teach at a specific place or you teach in a bunch of different places. What I'm getting is keep your practice steady. You can even up the time if you want, because what's going to happen in the next few months is what you want to do, the yoga, your creativity, and your ability to run a business, because you have a good business sense, even though you're creative. What's that like? They're going to combine to... I'm not sure if you might open your own yoga studio, but that wouldn't be for a year or two. What I think you might be doing is sort of, how can I put this? We've got 90 seconds. I would concentrate in that because I'm getting a lot of green and gold light around that. And to me, that means that there's a lot of growth and healing, but there's also money. And we like money. Money is our friend. Money takes us out to dinner. Money is nice to us. So I think by the end of the year, your path is going to be a lot clearer than it seems right now. And you're going to start, I think by June or July, you're going to have some idea about how to package what you do, or how to sort of, I don't want to say brand because that's so gimmicky, but you're going to come up with something that's specifically Melissa. It's like Melissa Lini. Like Kundalini. Right after that is when your person is going to show up, because your trajectory this year is going up, and you're going to just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great, actually. I mean, you now as opposed to you 10 years ago, unbelievable. Totally different person. Kind. I mean, you were kind.
Life shifts a lot.
Yeah, but you've done great. So trust yourself. You're going to have money. Trust the yoga thing. And give me a call when the guy shows up, because I want to say, I told you so.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Mediumship Uncovered with Medium Donna Young. Live from MediumDonnaYoung.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mediumship Uncovered on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thank you. Okay, welcome everyone. I'm so excited to be here today. We're heading slowly back to Cootamundra from Tamworth Country Music Festival, which was absolutely amazing. So at the moment I'm at a beautiful place called Yarry Lake, and that's like about 15 minutes from Narrabri. So it's just absolutely beautiful here. So I wanted to share it with you guys. So we'll be traveling a lot this year. So I'm going to show you different places as we go along if we're there when my show is on. So okay, so we've got lots of things to cover today. We've also got a caller coming through, so we'll wait for them to come, and I'll be able to maybe answer some questions for them. And I've also got a lot of different questions from other people as well, and a topic that I'd like to cover as well. So, okay. Let's have a look. I think we've got a caller coming through now. We've got Alison from Colorado, USA. Hi, Alison. How are you?
I'm doing good, thanks. How are you?
I'm great. Welcome. So how I work is I communicate directly with spirit. So they'll bring through the information I need to know. So just give me a little bit of feedback, and because we've only got a few minutes, you can ask me a certain question, or if there's someone in particular that you'd really like me to make contact with.
So I just have kind of a vague question of just what is if there's anything the universe is trying to tell me. I see a lot of angel numbers and stuff like that.
Okay, let's have a look. So I'm actually getting a mother coming through in spirit. So I'm actually getting this as a grandmother. And she's around you. It's like she's a little bit of a guardian angel with you and watches over you. And I'm not sure if she was a little bit of a hard lady when she was here. But I feel like she's very, very protective over her family. And this lady's from your mum's side of the family. And what they're talking about is there's massive change happening with you at the moment. And what I'm seeing is that they're wanting you, the numbers that you're seeing, they're actually trying to let you know that you're heading in the right direction. I'm not sure if you're seeing 1s and 3s quite often. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and I'm seeing 1s and 3s, and I'm just getting that this really means that you're heading in the right direction. And there's also a big change. Has there been a lot of changes in relationships for you as well? Because they're talking about you've gone through quite a lot over the last 2 years, and where things are just starting to get back on track, but you're just not there yet. Does that make sense? And they're also talking about where there's and there's also changes to do with you've got to step out and kind of step in your own power now. It's almost like they've been pushing you. And what happens is with the universe, when we don't listen and we don't get out of that comfort zone and do what we're meant to be doing, they'll force you into that area. And I feel like they may have forced you
out of certain situations, or where there's been, the universe has had to kind of step in and make things happen for you, where it may have been a little bit harsh, but it's like you've found your feet now and you're starting to head in the right direction. Does that make sense? And the angel numbers is just them letting you know, yep, you're on track, you're finally almost there, so just keep going.
Nice. All right, that makes a lot of sense.
I hope that helps, love. So, number 3 is usually about communication, and number 1 is about new starts and new beginnings. But feel what you feel at the time that those numbers come through. Like, take notice of how you feel and what's going on in your life, because numbers can sometimes change and mean different things for different people, if that makes sense. So I hope that helps. It was lovely to chat with you. Okay, I've got a few other people that I'd like to cover today, and there's a topic that I'd like to cover, a spiritual question, where someone had asked me about why do we not always get our information correct? And this is about predictions and certain information that we might get about certain situations. And sometimes we don't get everything right. And that may be because we may interfere with people's lessons that they may have to learn, or a process that they may have to go through for these lessons as well. There may also be a different path that you may pick as well. So we might tell you something and then you may pick a totally different path and go, no, that's not what I'll do. And that means that we're doing our job, because we show you situations sometimes, and then you have the choice if you want to go down that path or not. So that means that we're doing our job. And feedback, is feedback good? Yes, feedback is very good, but not too much of it. So a little bit of feedback actually helps me, because then spirit gets quite chatty and gives more information. But if you kind of talk too much in my readings, it actually interferes, and it will actually break the energy between spirit and myself. So I'm very careful about that also. So those are the 2 questions that I've had asked over the last week. So I just wanted to clarify a few things. So, all right, now there's a few questions as well. I've only got a few more minutes. So I've got a question from Bianca about her house. Will it be sold soon? I actually feel like there's an investor at the moment. I've got a grandfather that's talking to me for you, and that they're talking, there's something to do with an Asian or someone from another country, where they've either just moved into Australia, or they've moved into or they're wanting to move and invest, and I feel like someone is coming in, maybe from Asia or an Asian country, but I do feel like you'll just have to be careful with the offer, because I do feel like they may try and talk you down, but they do have the money. So make sure you take your stance and get what you want, because I feel like there's no great big rush on everything. It's just that you're finally almost there, but you're not quite there yet. But you're going to have all the abundance that you've been waiting for years quite soon. So just be patient. And I'm also getting that just know that you're guided. You've got a really good intuition, so listen to that. Okay, so just keep listening to that, and they're guiding you all the way. That's Bianca from Newcastle, New South Wales. So I've got another person as well, Karen, and this is another question about moving, and so Karen Lavender from Julgong. I hope I've said that right. I probably haven't, but New South Wales. So and what I'm getting with you is moving out of town. I feel like this is on the cards, but it's almost like you just don't have the amount of money yet. It's almost like you keep getting the deposit, or you get it, or you see a place and then all of a sudden it's gone and you kind of miss out, and then the prices go up, and it's like you just keep on, the goalpost keeps moving. But I feel like there's going to be something that's going to come up, which is a bit smaller, and where it has potential, but there'll be a lot of work that will be needed with the property. I feel like it may even be a little bit off grid. I'm not sure if that's right, but where you may purchase a property with a little house, and which will be temporary. It could even be a shed, or just this little house it's very old, and then it will turn into something quite fabulous down the track, where you actually build on the property as well. So I'm seeing this, they're telling me around September, so where something's going to happen for you to actually finally be able to do what you want to do. So, and where you'll be actually in the situation for this to happen. I'm not sure if you're selling a house at the moment, but they're talking about sale of a house also, and they're talking about where this is maybe what's going to happen in September, where things are finalised. Or that's when you are able to purchase your property. I feel like you're not quite sure exactly where you want to live yet, so you're actually having a look around and looking at different places to figure out where you want to go. And I feel like it's not exactly where you plan to go. It's going to actually be a little bit further out, but you'll enjoy this. And I do feel like there's changes around the work situation where it's going to be a little bit easier with the travel and being out of town also. So, all right, now let me have a look. I've also got a message for Jennifer Patrick. So, and what I'm getting with this is to do with love. So I don't know if there's been a situation to do with love. You may even be, and they're talking about a new start. So this is actually, I'm actually getting an auntie coming through for you. And this auntie, I feel that maybe from the next generation, but this auntie loves you dearly and is around you all the time, protecting you. And they're talking about where a situation with love, this might be a relationship that you're already in, or it could be to do with new love coming in, but they're just talking about it's coming and they're sending you the right kind of love, or this relationship's about to get a lot better. So it was lovely to speak to you all. You can book readings with me on mediumdonnayoung.com, and you can see everything I'm doing. I've also got a subscription page which you can also join as well, which is $29.99 per month, and you can join my Spirit Club classes on Monday night at 7:30, which starts in the next few weeks in February when I'm back in Cootamundra. So
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Markham. Live from mmastrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Zodiac Zone. I am your astrological host, Melissa Markham. Just for people that don't know, I am a evolutionary vibrational astrologer. I do readings, I teach classes, I do workshops, and I also just recently, about the end of last year, came up with a company called Vibrational Vitality. And what it does is it marries astrology and biohacking. And biohacking is it's the biology of your body and how to get your body to work in the best shape possible. So I created something called the BioAstro chart. The way that I look at health, you have your physical health, which is ruled by the 6th house. That's your daily routines, your physical health. You have your psychological health, which is psychologically where you're at, which is ruled by the 8th house, transformation. And then you have your karmic health, which is ruled by the 12th house. So I find when you are at your highest vibration and you feel great, your body's on the right levels, meaning you could be 60, 70, 80, 90 and feel great and do the things that you want to do, that you're going to want to do the work too. So I've tested the product with a couple of people and they've been getting wonderful results. So I wanted to kind of share that with you. I also today wanted to talk about Aquarius. We just went into Aquarius on Sunday the 19th. And by the way, for all of those people that want to get an idea of where the planets are at all times, the eclipses, just any planetary alignment, please purchase this. This is your daily planetary guide. It is wonderful. I can see where all the planets are aligned every day. So Aquarius, I wanted to talk a little bit about Aquarius today. Aquarian energy is kind of the theme of this year. So Pluto just went into Aquarius last year. Pluto, a sign stays in Pluto about 20 years. So it's right now in Aquarius. And just kind of give you a little bit of what is Aquarius, because the people could be a little bit confused. Aquarian energy is an air sign. It's ruled by Uranus. It's the planet of awakening, rebellion, and innovation. It's an air sign, so it's focused on mental stimulation, emotional heaviness. It's big on freedom, internally and externally. The core themes are innovation and breakthroughs. Aquarius encourages you to stop performing and start being real. Aquarian, if we look at it on the wheel, it is the exact opposite of Leo, which Leo is the sign of the actor and performance. So Aquarian is the exact opposite of that. It values independence. It rules groups, networks, and social movements. So that is just a little bit about the Aquarian energy. It just went in on the 19th of January, and it is there for about 30 days, so it's until March 18th is really March 17th, 8th. Wait, am I wrong about that? Yeah. And then it switches to Pisces. So just wanted to give you a little indication about that, since we do, the great thing about astrology is that it always changes. And wanted to give you just some updates on the Aquarian energy. Want to go over to do my reading. Jesselyn, are you there?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Like I said, I'm an evolutionary vibrational astrologer, so I'm going to look at your chart and kind of see where everything is and give you just a quick overview, a quick reading.
Okay.
Let me go here. Jesselyn, am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When is your birthday? Day, month, year?
September 6th, 1966.
September 6th, 1966. And the exact time you were born?
6:14 p.m.
6:14 p.m. And the city and state?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh. Okay. Pittsburgh, Florida. Okay, where is Pennsylvania? I know it's spelled a little bit different, right?
Yeah. PENNFYLVANIA.
Right.
Yep.
I got it. Okay. Let me see here. Okay. So what I do is I look at the lunar nodes. They are elliptical points in the sky, and that is the energy that you come in with. And really it's you come in from the moon energy and you're trying to get to the sun energy. And so I'm going to tell you what it is in astrological terms, and then I'm going to give you the basics of this. Your south node is in Scorpio in the 10th house of Capricorn, and your north node is in Taurus in the 4th house. I would say that with a south node in Scorpio, a lot of times a south node in Scorpio, they can live life on the edge a little bit. I don't know if that has happened to you in terms of career, because you have Neptune almost conjuncting, meaning almost at the same degree next to you in the midheaven. The Neptune is in Scorpio, and then you have the midheaven in Sagittarius in the 10th house. It's about your career. I don't know if there was some confusion about career, or or is it that you just work incessantly and need that balance between work and family? But it's definitely focused around that, or you being, known for something. These are just some possibilities. I think what it comes down to is with that Taurus is all about stability. And it's all about, typically when it's on the north node, it's about building something. And I would say that for you, and this is just a snapshot of your chart, it would say building something around home and family, or something where you do something out of the home, or something concerning the family. That could be a theme, or let's see, because I'm looking at other aspects in your chart. You have, I would say too, it's interesting because you have the sun, Pluto, and Uranus all in the 8th house. So I don't know if you've had events that have happened to you unexpectedly that changed the course of direction in your life, but I think you're definitely the type of person that wants to go down deep with things. And this is why you like, obviously, the psychic network. You look for solutions in that area instead of traditional, I would say, areas. You do have Aquarius on your ascendant. So I think it's about really getting into the unique part of yourself, I don't know. I think that they're probably with Chiron in the second house in Pisces, maybe, and this could have been early on, a lot of self-worth issues or feeling not good enough because you have Saturn sitting there right next to Chiron in Pisces. How does all this feel? Am I on the right track with this? I'm sorry?
Yes, definitely makes a lot of sense. It definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I would say really for you, it's about grounding, stability. The best thing I could tell you is whenever you're feeling stressed or just want to kind of isolate yourself or, crawl in and be that Scorpio, is to go outside and ground. Put your feet on the ground. I know it's quite cold this time of year, but go out in nature. And that's going to be, that's going to help you recalibrate your soul, if all of that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah,
and
I do that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say that sometimes a moon in Gemini, because you have a moon in Gemini in the fourth house too. I think it's very, home is not where you hang your heart or hat. Home is, you have to have a more structured home environment that you feel safe, that you feel secure, that you can get into the spiritual aspect of yourself. It's really important with the moon in the fourth house. And if ever you want to go deeper, please reach out to me. My Melissa Markham at mmastroVibes.com.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. And thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you so much, Melissa. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. So that's pretty much what I do. Again, if you're interested in having a private reading, if you're interested in understanding more about your health and well-being, I did create what I call the BioAstro chart because I think it's important for all of us to be the healthiest that we can be. I always say age is just, your clothes get old. Age is just a number. It's how you feel. It's how vital you feel and how good you feel about yourself is the important part of what we're here to do. So I look forward to seeing you next week. You can see my cat just ran out the door there. But thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate it.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. And happy New Moon Day. And also happy Chinese Lunar New Year. This is the year of the snake, the wooden snake to be specific. So I am the mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I'm so happy to be here and so excited for what's to come, because I'll tell you, if you are familiar with new moon energy, if you're familiar with even, the the energy of the year of the snake and shedding all that old skin, this is going to be a beautiful day for readings. And the veil between us and the spiritual realm is so thin right now. I've had some beautiful connections today, so I cannot wait to see what happens with the callers. And then shortly after my podcast tonight, for some of you who may know, I do about a couple hours of free readings, and that is on my YouTube channel, which is Mini Medium 75. But you can also find all that information on my website at so it's the little dash, mini-medium.com. And all that information is also right down there as I can see it. So please feel free to hop on the website, and that'll have all of my social media stuff. So anyhow, I'm so excited to see what the cards brought today too. So I'm actually a little proactive today. Surprisingly, it's just so not like my Gemini side. But the number that I've been seeing today, by the way, is the number 15. And so for some of you who may know, when I do, my podcast, or literally every day, I have, numbers that come up, signs and symbols and whatever it may be. And the number 15 has been very, very strong. So it's going to be very connected to, like, the 15th would be a death date, a birth date, an age of 15 years ago. So just kind of keep that in mind. And I always say the number will always connect and resonate to either one of my callers tonight or even one of my readings later on as I do these free readings, tonight on my YouTube channel. So, all right, we'll keep that 15 in mind. And then as we are getting ready here to take my first caller, I'm going to read some of these beautiful messages that I pulled. As I said, I was proactive. I want to read to you let's do the Moonology card. So as I, shuffle the cards, I count out the number 15, or the 15th card. And so funny, the new moon in Gemini. So I'm a Gemini, and I love all those Geminis. Shout out to the Geminis. Shout out to those twins. But we are in the new moon in Aquarius, so many of you know, but Aquarius and Gemini are also air signs. So this one is very interesting, and it really fits and resonates with my life right now. So I hope it does for you. So then this Moonology card, they're just beautiful. The message, the new moon, the new moon. The Moonology Oracle message says, this is for everyone, that communication is key. I'll kind of hold that up here. So communication is key. And boy, if that is not a serious truth. I don't know what else is right. So you can see the beautiful card here, and the new moon in Gemini. So, and as many of you know, the new moon is where we're at that cycle of manifesting new things. So if your message is communication is key and you are wanting to manifest new things in your life, well, I suggest that you have some good communication, not just with, your family, your friends, but also have that beautiful communication with yourself, with your spirit guides, with the universe, or whoever you feel that your maker, your higher power is. And, I'll tell you, communication literally is key. And so I hope that resonates with many of you. I know it sure does for me. So now the other message I wanted to pull was an affirmation. And the affirmation, this is so beautiful. I'll show you, even these cards are just beautiful to have the beautiful butterfly here. And some of you may love the butterflies, as I do. Beautiful green butterfly. And green is the color of the heart chakra, by the way. And this card fits beautiful with opening up that heart chakra. So the affirmation says, I make a positive difference in the world, even with my smile and my words. Well, I hope that comes across to all of you when you hop on my show, and or any of the amazing and gifted readers that are with A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. We really do this to make a positive difference, to spread, that good positive energy, because it is a ripple effect, my friends. When you put it out there, it is a ripple effect. So keep it positive with love and light and good energy. And I'll tell you, just a simple smile and a simple hello makes a huge difference, right? It's so funny. I will literally be in like a grocery store or just out and about, or even driving, and say hi or wave to someone, say hello. And do you ever notice that if you ever do that, they kind of awkwardly look at you like, do I know her? And I just kind of get a kick out of it, because here in Utah, as I'm out and about, my husband laughs and others say, well, you're Utah famous now. And I laugh and say, sure, but people will recognize me from, A1R, or they'll recognize me, from events or from YouTube, whatever it may be. And, but even then I don't get a hello or a wave back. So I just recommend, if anyone smiles or waves at you, just at least smile back, it won't hurt. So anyhow, I hope that these little messages can really connect with you and make some difference in your lives. So I'm hoping I can make a difference in this wonderful person's life. So I have Terry, I believe Terry from Pennsylvania. Hi, Terry. This is the mini medium. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just visited Pennsylvania just in July of last year, and then around the November time last year. I loved it. We were in Gettysburg. It's beautiful, beautiful area.
Oh, I have family down there.
Oh, do you?
I'm a bit further north. Yeah.
Are you? Oh, I love it. My husband's a huge Philadelphia Eagle fan. And so I took him to a game at the stadium in Philly, and oh my gosh, he was in heaven. He was in heaven. So I think Pennsylvania, just Gettysburg, the energy there, and being a medium, just connecting with all of the, the energy, but just the history. It was incredible. So anyway, one of my favorite places to visit. But this is all about you, my friend. How can I help you tonight?
Oh, okay. I don't know. Do I ask you questions? Is that how you work, or do?
We have about, we usually have about 12-ish minutes. I know they're short and sweet. So I always say, some people call in and they say, well, a general reading. Some people ask for a specific topic, whether it's, health or work or kids. Some people ask to see if we can't channel a loved one who has crossed over. So whatever you're feeling, I'm happy to help you with.
Okay. Well, I'm coming up onto my second Saturn return at this point, and so I am. As far as work and like I'm right now, I'm empty nesting. I've had a huge transition over the last 2 years, and you know, I'm not sure where I'm. Like I know where I'm at, and like I'm okay here, but like I'm not sure if you know, things are going to be changing for me, whether it's career wise or you know, if I'll you know, meet somebody and have a relationship or have some you know, make some friends that are, you know, because I just moved down here. So, yeah.
Okay. I love it. Okay. And I love that you have recognized or that you're mindful in the shift, you know, that you are experiencing with, you know, within your journey. And I feel you're embracing it as best as you can, by the way. I do feel that you're taking it all in and trying to, you know, do the best with it, but also to learn from it. So I commend you for that. You may not feel that you are, but I feel you are. So maybe
I'm doing my best.
yeah, you are. I love it. I love it. And you really have a beautiful energy and just a positive outlook. And I can feel that coming from you. And I cannot express how important that is. You know, I always say, you know, life is obviously what we make of it, but it's really about also how we react and respond, you know, to change or, you know, to even, you know, those not so great, you know, events that happen in our life. But, you know, all that energy we put out in the universe comes right back. So I say, you know, it's that karmic lesson, you know, and some are harder than others and some are beautiful. So, but with that said, I pulled a couple cards for you. I want to ask you really quick. You may have heard me mention that the number 15 had come up pretty strong today. Do you resonate with that number as a death date, a birth date, an age?
My one of my children, that's his birth date.
Okay. Wonderful. This is what I love to hear. Okay, so this is just some validation of our guides working together, and even to possibly bring up one of your children. So, or maybe just collectively. I know you said you're getting ready to be an empty nester, so I know that you know, that sure is a whole new world. It's a whole new transition.
Yeah, it sure
you know,
is.
I'll tell you. It's is this a son that was born on the 15th?
Yes.
Okay. So, and do you have 3 children? I keep feeling like there's 3 children around you.
I do.
Okay, beautiful. We're vibing well, my friend. Good psychic flow. So I'll tell you, I pulled a couple cards, and with this one that I love for you, I'll show on the screen here in case anyone wants to, if they're watching, this Ace of Cups card. And this Ace of Cups card that is right side up, the cup when it's right side up, it really connects with the fact of you filling up that cup. It means that that cup's been empty and it's time to fill that cup up. And in this card, it sits right at the beautiful heart chakra, which we were just talking about a minute ago, or I was bringing up with the affirmation. The other thing that I love about this card for you is the ace. And the ace is a new beginning. So when you look at like a standard deck of cards, it goes ace, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. And so being that this card is here, and then I pulled another for you, and it's this Hanged Man card. Now, the Hanged Man card did come out upside down or reversed. And so that's really connecting with your shadow work. Are you familiar with shadow work or heard of shadow work?
Oh yes, I've been working on my shadow work actually.
Beautiful. Oh, I love it. That's so great. Well, your cards are just validating your work, my friend. And sometimes just sometimes just getting that validation is more important than anything, because sometimes we just want to know, are we on the right track? Am I making the right decisions? And the Hanged Man is all about connecting to your highest divine, connecting with your purpose. Where you feel your soul, is needing to be, per se. And, I feel for you, even, you moving to a new place a few years ago, that's the new beginning. And it's slowly filling up your cup. So I feel some of the things that I would just be mindful of for this year, especially that we're in this year of the 9. And the year of the 9 in numerology, that 9 means it's wrapping up old stuff. It's, mending old ties. It's getting ready for the year of the 1, which is next year, which is the Ace, which is your beautiful year, my friend. So take this year as a year of taking everything of unfinished business, wrapping all that up, making sure all these ties are mended, because I feel like that's going to lead you into about the end of this year, into the beginning of next year, where you're going to see new beginnings. And I'll tell you, you've got a beautiful new love connection that I do see about the end of the year. And you definitely want to be vibrating at that higher frequency when you meet your person. Otherwise, you're going to meet the person that is not the right one. So, I think this year, without a doubt, for you, hun, is a year of just keep getting rid of the old. This is what this year is about, the year of the snake, shedding the old and beginning this beautiful new journey. So, and what a beautiful day to do this, but on a new moon. We're in this new moon right now. So I want to bring up your son really quick, just because that 15 came up so strong. There is a sense of disconnect with him right now with you, and the disconnect can be geographical. So is he in a different state?
No, he's in the same state, but he's going through it right now. He's going through some things, and I'm just giving him space to go through it.
Perfect. That's what I was hoping you would say. And I just don't want you to feel frustrated. I know from a mom to a mom, we want to, be involved and try to be there to help them. But sometimes the best thing we can do is to just step back, and that's what I feel is best. And you're doing that. So, I would say, all in all, my friend, this year is going to be a year of growth, but also a year of some hard changes and choices of letting some people go from your life, cutting some people out. Now, this doesn't mean that you don't love them, that you don't want them in your life. It just means that you're not going to allow for their energy to affect yours any longer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I actually had a chat with myself about this over the holidays, and it was a tough holiday season for me. And then I said to myself, nobody's responsible for me but me, and for me to let myself be upset, that's just silly. So I made up my mind that from now on it's about me. I'm a grown up. My kids are grown up. And, they're not required to take care of me. And, so it's just a matter of, like I said, my youngest one moved out last January. And since then, it's been coming to terms with, okay, I'm by myself for like the first time in, 40 years. And, it's just been adjusting.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. And like I said in the very beginning, just kind of validating the fact that you are adjusting, I feel just beautifully, my friend. And so, I hope that this helped you and hopefully, gave you some, advice or some guidance. And sometimes just validation that you're doing great and you're exactly where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, well, that's good to know. Can I just ask you, like, with my work life, is there am I staying where I'm at, or am I going to change positions, or am I going to would it be my best interest to look elsewhere?
I feel for at least this year, I would not make any big changes just because you have so much going on already that I feel the new year, next year, the year of that one, right, is the year of where I feel the new beginning of work will come in. And even, about second quarter. So what's that? April, May, June. So I would say stay put for a little bit until you are feeling a little bit more, balanced this year. And then I would say definitely next year start looking into something different, only because I feel where you're at right now is just draining you. If not anything, it's boring you. If that probably sounds awful to say, but if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not boring. It's just that, it's not challenging either. So
challenging. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, my friend. Well, I got to grab my next caller, but please feel free if you're up tonight on my YouTube channel. I will be on doing a couple of hours of free readings. But feel free to hop on and let me know who you are, and we might be able to continue this.
All right, terrific. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. You're so welcome. Take care and sending you much love and light this year.
All right. Thank you. You too.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Okay, perfect. We've got time for another caller. And this is Dominique from Texas. Hi, Dominique. This is the mini medium. How are you?
I'm okay today.
Yes. How can I help you tonight, hon?
I guess a general reading on making sure I'm stepping in the right path at the right time.
Okay, sure. You got it.
I'm having to make some changes in my life, and I don't know. I'm a very kind of emotional person, so I tend to react to things.
Sure. Okay, sure. Yeah, absolutely, hon. Let me see. I'm going to pull a couple cards for you as well to see what maybe cards will give us a bit of some validation. Are you a water sign or an air sign?
Water.
Water. Yep. I figured that's the first one I saw. All right. Couple things. So, in a general sense, but I'll try to. You've got a lot coming in. So, let me ask you really quick again. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I pick up numbers. Numbers come through to validate certain things that will connect me with my callers, or, later tonight when I do my free readings on my YouTube channel, these numbers will be very specifically connected to somebody. But the 15 has been coming up pretty strong, which would be like the 15th of a month as a death date, a birth date, the age of 15. 2015. Does this name or number resonate with you in any way at the moment?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. How do you connect with that number, hon?
My stepdaughter was born in 2015, and 2015 was a really rough year for me.
Okay. So this is where I want to kind of talk about, we got about 5 minutes, I know, but I'm going to tell you, I would love for you, if you're up tonight, hon, here in about an hour and a half, I'm going to be on my YouTube channel giving some free readings. I would love to continue just because you have a lot of stuff. But in the 5 minutes I've got here, the 15 being connected to such a big shift in your life, like you had mentioned, I do feel this is where kind of the milestone, if you will, or the pinnacle moment of change happened or started, I should say. And so, I love that you're an emotional being. I want to tell you, water signs like the Pisces, they're very much meant to be emotional. That's just who you are. So don't ever apologize for that, because I'll tell you, I would rather see someone express their emotions than keep it bottled up. Okay. I think the biggest thing is how you come across, right? It's how it comes across. So you're very passionate. I can feel it. You're very protective. I can feel that. Also, this year, as I was mentioning to my last caller, it is the year of just wrapping up old stuff and mending old ties so that when we get into next year, which is the year of the one, that's the year to start new beginnings and to start fresh. And it will feel so good to you, my friend. It will feel like, all right, I've got a new fresh start. Let's just, hit the ground running. So I don't want you to really, as I feel for this year, I wouldn't say do too much. Just take some time to, focus on who you want to have in your life, who's not worth having in your life, what situations that you've got to just be done with. Even with your, I think you said your stepdaughter. Is that right, stepdaughter?
Yes.
Was it stepdaughter? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
With your stepdaughter, I know how difficult it is to be, a step parent, but I feel that you have embraced this beautifully. And I feel that you are doing the best that you possibly can to be in even her life, regardless of the situation you're in right now. I want you to try to continue that because, boy, there's a sense of her really giving back to you and teaching you some lessons, which I know sounds really kind of weird, but I love it because it's also helping you to be more patient, to handle things a little bit, maybe more calm, if you will. One thing I want to tell you that I do see coming right about, I don't like to give exact dates. So second quarter of this year, well, maybe into third quarter, actually. So July, August, September. Right about that time, hon, you've got some changes coming with work. So, and I feel that these are good, but you've just got to go with the flow, if that makes sense. Gosh, I've got like 90 seconds. This went so fast. Are you going to be up tonight, hon, in about an hour and a half?
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Feel free to go to my website, mini, and then it's the little dash, medium.com. You can see it on the screen too if you're watching on YouTube. Or you can go to my YouTube channel, which is Mini Medium 75. Let me know who you are if you're able to. You got a whole lot coming in, my friend, including some souls that are on the other side. Boy, trying to step in. So, but all in all, I want you to just take a deep breath this year and just try to take care of unfinished business, okay?
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome
to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you've had an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are on this planet of ours. I know there's been lots of weather events going on and lots of people are still in very cold, dire straits, you know, with lots of storms and things like that, winter storms still happening. Here in Australia, we've just come out of a heat wave, which is nice. We've got a little bit cooler temperatures today, which is wonderful. But wherever you are, I mean, you know, the world is changing, the planet is changing, so is the weather, and we've just got to make the best of it. And, you know, there's always something going on in the world that, you know, we would like to change. And I suppose each and every one of us are responsible to try and bring about a little bit of change. You know, if we can be the best that we can be in our own little way, in our own little community, then that's got to have a ripple effect that goes through the world. That, you know, if everybody starts to be positive and be nice and be kind, maybe we just make a few little changes with the world where we can see a little bit more positivity and not so much negativity. You know, you turn the news on and it's negative, negative, negative. You very rarely ever get a good feel good story or something that makes you smile. So let's try and make that for the next week, that we send a little bit of positivity out into the world. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Wheel of Fortune. Now, the Wheel of Fortune is an elevation in money. Wouldn't that be nice? Particularly as interest rates seem to be going up and down like zippers. Overseas trip or completion phases. Now, quite often when this card comes out, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the lottery or the lotto. It just means that there could be a little bit more money coming into the coffers. Maybe there's a little bit of extra money coming in through work, or maybe you've made a few sales online, things like that. There's some, you know, it's an elevation in money. For some people that are fortunate enough to be taking an overseas trip at this time, well, this is the card for you, that you're going on an overseas trip. But for most of us, it's usually about completion phases. It's saying that we've completed things, we've worked through issues, we've worked through situations, and finally we can bring them to a completion, and that we can sort of put them in the rear vision mirror and move forward. And I think that's really important because, you know, we're only at the beginning of the year, and, you know, even at the beginning of the year, we can complete things that maybe have taken a long time to get to this point. I always find this card very positive when it comes out, because to me, I think, wow, things are changing. Life is moving forward. You know, I mightn't be taking an overseas trip, but everything that I've been working on is now starting to come to fruition. So look at the Wheel of Fortune, no matter where it falls in a reading, as being a positive influence, that, you know, the wheels of fortune are turning in your favor, that, you know, you're still progressing, you're still making changes in your life, you're still moving forward. And I think that's the important thing. Even if it's only tiny little minute steps moving forward, it's a blessing. So it's a good thing. So astrologically, we're in a very unusual phase, I suppose I'm going to describe it as, because in all the years that I've been in astrology, and that's been many, many moons now, I've never seen such a plethora of planets sitting in Aquarius. And it's really interesting because Aquarians are sort of going to really start to feel this energy. It's going to be sort of quite unnerving for them, because they like to be in control. That, you know, it is a fixed sign, and they like to be the boss of their own kingdom, and everybody else is around them if they can. And they, you know, they're always full of bravado and know everything, and, you know, very easy to offer advice. Well, they're starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable. It's like their foundation underneath them's a little bit, you know, rocky. And, you know, for some of them, they're really starting to question everything that's going on in their lives, everything that they've done to date. And is it time now to make some changes? Now, look, of course, there's always time to make changes. But when you've got so much planetary influence, like 5 out of the 10 planets sitting in your sign, it certainly does move the ground under your feet. It does make you start to think. It does make you start to question and sort of reevaluate. So what I'm going to be talking about with the next 5 planets is definitely they're all in Aquarius, but they're also going to be affecting the other air signs, which is Libra and Gemini, and the opposite sign of Aquarius is Leo, but it will wash over or filter over the remaining 8 signs. So it is for everybody, but it's predominantly for the air signs, and particularly Aquarius. So we've got Pluto, the planet of transformation. Pluto works very slow, deliberate, and definite. Pluto doesn't work fast. Pluto works very slow, slower than a snail, and it's something that you need to work with. So Pluto's the one that's leading the charge here. He's conjunct or holding hands with Mars the planet of action. So it's almost like we've got two opposite forces. We've got one here hitting the go button and the other one putting the brakes on. And they're sort of saying, so, you might feel as if you've got something sorted out and you're ready to go. You've given it a lot of thought. You've done the planning. You're ready to hit the go button and you're all enthusiastic and you start going and then bang, stop. Well, that's Pluto sort of saying, hang on a minute, maybe we need to reevaluate this. So I suppose what I'm asking you to do is be flexible. If it's the time to hit the go button and everything starts to move forward, great. If it stops you or pulls you back or says slow down, then acknowledge that as well. Don't be in too much of a hurry to try and push through something like a bulldozer, because maybe it's not the time to bulldoze. Maybe it's the time to sort of stop, look and listen and analyse what the next step is. Maybe we need to just slow down a little bit, or maybe we need to find a different path. Now, the one planet that's sitting on its own in Aquarius is the Sun. So happy birthday to all the Aquarians. There's lots of wonderful Aquarians around the world who I know are celebrating birthdays. I have quite a few in my circle of friends. And, they bring such vitality to the table. I just love the way that when they get on their soapbox about something that you really can't change their mind, I just let them go. And I sit there and laugh at them. And, after they've had their go for 15 to 20 minutes, and I say, well, have you run out of air yet? And they just look at me as if to say, what's she talking about? But they've been so concentrated on what the point is that they're trying to get across that half the time they forget to breathe. And it's really important. You do need to breathe. So happy birthday to all the Aquarians. So it's your time to shine. It's your time to really reorganize your life and look at what you might hope to achieve in this coming 12 months. We have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct or holding hands Mercury. Now, this is a very tricky situation because Venus, wants everything to be fairy floss pink and lovely and loving and kind and gentle, and doesn't really want any sort of confrontation, wants everything to be loving and peaceful. Where Mercury comes along, and Mercury sometimes like to sort of shake things up. Mercury is the planet of communication. Sitting here in Aquarius, it's dares to be different a little bit, or to bring statements into a conversation that are shock value, that to sort of get your attention and to stop you dead in your tracks, because I want the floor. I want to be the one that's the centre of attention here. So be very, very careful, no matter what your star sign is. If you've got to have a serious conversation with your loved one or your partner or your children or somebody that's really important to you, that you have a loving relationship with, make sure that you give them the floor as well. Don't dominate it, give it a bit of to and fro, and try and have your listening ears on to listen to exactly what they've got to say. It may not be what you want to hear. It may be different to what you expected. You may even be a little bit shocked or surprised, but that's okay. That's what good communication is about putting our listening ears on, listening to the other person, listening intently, and then coming back and saying, wow, I hadn't thought about it in that way, or that's really hurt me, or that's really upset me. But it can be constructive communication, and that's what I'm trying to share with you. No matter what the conversations are, make sure that they're constructive, but make sure that you put your listening ears on and you listen to their point of view as well. That's very, very important. So we're going to move on to Uranus is in Taurus. Now, Uranus will be there in Taurus till a little bit later this year, but the important thing is Uranus has just come out of a retrograde period where he's been retrograde for a very, very long time now. Now, he's stationary at the moment. We'll start to move forward over the next couple of days, building the intensity over the next week. What does this mean? Well, Uranus in Taurus is going to affect predominantly the Earth signs, which is Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. It will wash over the remaining 8 signs. What it means now is things are going to really start to ramp up. It's going to be like that bolt of lightning. Things can happen out of nowhere. Now, if you're one of those first 4 signs, be very, very careful what you send out to the universe. Be very careful what you voice, because you may just sort of trigger a catastrophic or an event by Uranus that you can't stop. You send out to the universe, I hate my job, and you don't really, you're just having a bad day. Just sort of say, I'm having a really bad day, I wish the day would improve, or I wish my job would improve, because Uranus will just hear you hate your job and it might take the job away from you. So we don't want that. So we want Uranus to bring, yes, about change and being quickly and being suddenly. And sometimes, it's not always pleasant to begin with, but it clears the pathway for things that need to change in our lives. And sometimes we become stubborn and pig-headed and fixed in the ways that we do things, that we're not prepared to look for alternatives. We're not prepared to look for new changes or new opportunities. And sometimes we have to be sort of like struck with a bolt of lightning to make us change and sort of say, okay, that's been taken away from us, or that's no longer available. I have no other choice but to start to look for different alternatives or different ways of doing things. And this is what Uranus does. I actually like the energy of Uranus because I feel that it comes along and it sort of says, okay, you're in a rut, bang, let's get that out of the road. Let's remove the obstacle. Now you've got a fresh slate. You can start again. What would you like to do? And if you can work with that energy, it can be actually very uplifting and very exhilarating because it frees up the obstacles or the restrictions that have been holding you back for a long time. But I appreciate and understand that the Taurus energy doesn't like things like that. It likes to be in control. It likes to take it slow and steady. And, I'll hang on to it for as long as I possibly can until it's completely worn out, and I'll patch it up, and I'll still go again for another little while until there's nothing left to patch. So they're not ready or not open to change. They only like change when they've decided it's going to change. So Uranus doesn't allow you that luxury. Uranus will come along and make changes whether you want them or not. So be aware of that, particularly if you're an earth sign. We have Jupiter still sitting in Cancer. We'll be there for a little bit longer. So Jupiter's still retrograde at the moment, still sort of trying to get Cancers to come out of their shell a little bit and sort of see that there's some really big opportunities out there in the world. You just got to get a little bit brave, Cancers. And, when I'm talking about Cancers, I'm talking about all the water signs here. We're talking about Scorpio, Pisces, and the opposite sign of Capricorn, but particularly the Cancers where, they are very strong people, but they try and hide underneath this shell of theirs and sort of poke their head out occasionally and sort of look around and say, is it safe for me to come out? Is it safe for me to make a bold move? And yet in their head, they've taken all these bold moves. They've seen the results, but it's sort of like unless it pans out the way they want it to in the head, they're not going to poke their head out of their shell and take that bold step and make it happen. It's time now to get ready to sort of to make some bold steps that are going to need to happen over the next couple of months, which is really, really important. So Saturn's in Pisces, in the last couple of degrees of Pisces, won't be there for much longer. So, Saturn is giving its last lesson to Pisces, which is the water signs as well, which is Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo, sort of saying, what haven't you shored up? What haven't you changed? What haven't you learnt during this time of my transit through Pisces? For most Pisceans that I work with, they've pretty much done their homework. They're just sort of kicking back and sort of just waiting for Saturn to move on into Aries, and sort of they'll wave it goodbye and say, have a great life. Like they seem to be pretty chilled at the moment. But for some people, they may have a couple of little loose ends that they've got to tidy up. Finally, we're going to work with Neptune. Neptune's just gone into Aries. Now, Neptune in Aries is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation, particularly for the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. Because Neptune is going to ask you to get your creative hat out of the wardrobe, but at the same time, he's not really going to give you a lot of ideas in the early stages of moving through the sign of what he actually wants you to achieve. It's sort of like, well, I'm here and I'm ready, and let's fire up the tank and let's fire up the engine and let's go. But where we go, I don't know, that's up to you. You know what I mean? I mean, Aries here is sort of saying, you've got to get your me first hat out of the wardrobe or the closet. But he's not really sort of giving you any direction of where me first is supposed to go. So I'm going to suggest to all the fire signs, it's a time to sort of, yes, be ready for change. Yes, be ready for creative ideas and creative juices to come, but maybe have a cell phone or a pad and pen or something close to you at all times so you can jot these ideas down. It may not necessarily be the time to act, but it's the time to gather the ideas and get ready for the momentum of change that will come. And there will be some changes, and there will be different ways that you handle things, and there'll be that aha moment or that bolt of lightning moment that, gee, I hadn't thought of it that way. Wow, that's a great idea. So there's going to be a lot of creativity, but let's just sort of wind it up slowly. We don't have to be in a tearing great hurry and create all these ideas in the first week. We've got plenty of time here to sort of slowly build up for that, and I think it'll be much more beneficial than if we're able to do it that way. So really, really important. So we're going to now move on and take our first caller. Katie is in Woodlands in Texas in the USA. Are you there, Katie?
Hi.
Hi, Katie. How can I help you? Do you have a question I can answer for you?
I thought this was an astrology reading. I was told to have my birthday time.
Sweetie, to do that, I only have a few minutes to work with you. To do astrology that quickly, you've got to look at charts and things like that. So do you have a question? Is there some reason why you thought you wanted your astrology done? Or if you want to share with me what star sign you are, I can talk about generally what's happening on your star sign. But, to go into astrology, takes me a good 5 to 10 minutes to put the information into the chart. And we don't have that luxury of time.
Understandable. I'm a Capricorn. I just turned 40 January 10th.
Okay,
And,
you're a Capricorn. Well, you would have. Yeah, go on.
Something hugely shifted all the way cosmically on that day for me. And I've been waiting for this day since I was 5 years old.
Yeah, well, that makes sense because Pluto, the planet of transformation, has just finished its very, very long trek in Capricorn. It's only just moved into Aquarius in the last few months. So it went retrograde or backwards back into Capricorn for a very short time, a matter of months, which is, a short time when you're talking about that Pluto was in Capricorn for many, many years. So, of course, you're going to feel that there's been a big shift. So hopefully what's happened, particularly in the last few months or the last 12 months, is that you're starting to feel stronger in yourself. You're starting to feel more decisive in your decision making, that you sort of feel empowered now. Is that how you're feeling?
Yes, ma'am. And with 5 planets in Capricorn, I have a lot of that going on.
Yeah, so what you would have found over the years with Pluto being in Capricorn, Pluto would have come along and sort of hit on one of those planets or sat on top of it, and that would have created something that you needed to change or adjust in your life, and then that energy would have moved off, and then we would have slowly started to draw in the energy of the next one, and then the next one. If you've got 5 planets there, you would have had them sort of going off like a pinball machine over those period of years, like we got over one crisis or one change, and then we were on to the next one. So luckily now you're out of the woods because it's gone into Aquarius and it's going to be there for a very long time, and it's good. But what you got to understand was Pluto's role was to completely transform you, was to slowly, deliberately and definitely say to you, Katie, this is what needs to change. This is what we need to look at. This is going to be the new Katie. This is how we're going to do things. And you probably went kicking and screaming for some of it and said, oh, I don't want to do that, or I don't like that to yourself. But all of a sudden you found you were doing it, and then it wasn't as bad as you thought. But these are the lessons of Pluto. Pluto is very slow, and it's not a fast moving situation. So the fact that you're a Capricorn and you've come out the other side unscathed with half the planets that you can have in a chart in Capricorn, I'd say congratulations, you've done well.
And they're all in the 7th house pretty much too.
Oh, okay. All in the house of relationships. Yeah, one-to-one relationships, and not necessarily always love relationships, but relationships in general. So you would have had a lot of times there where it was very testing and sort of probably learned a lot about yourself, but more importantly, learned about the people that you were dealing with that were close to you in your life. And that mightn't have always been pleasant either, like the reality of somebody's true nature can be difficult to deal with. Yeah, but you've done really well, Katie. So, what you've got to look forward to now is that you can have a little bit of a breather and sort of just focus on now more with the fact of Uranus in Taurus, and Uranus has just gone direct after a long time of going retrograde or backwards, that now there could be some openings that could come literally out of nowhere. And it doesn't necessarily have to be negative. These could be positive things. These could be things like, landing the world's greatest job that you never thought you had a chance at getting, things like that, because the rewards come now after you've done all the hard work with Pluto. Now we've got the opportunity to sort of be very careful about what you throw out to the universe that you're wishing for, because you may just get it. So, don't send out negativity, send out only positivity. But I know you're on the right path. Katie, you're going to do really, really well. And life is going to start to reward you now because you've really listened and learnt your lessons while Pluto was in Capricorn, and particularly in the 7th house. I don't envy you. That would have been a real struggle because you wouldn't have known who you could trust during that period of time. People that you've known for a long time all of a sudden became different people, or you were finally seeing them for who they truly were. And that's what Pluto's role was about, was bringing everything out of the darkness into the light. So I hope that's helped you, Katie.
Yes, ma'am, it did. Thank you.
Okay, sweetie, that's where we've got to leave it because I've got to move on to the next customer. But it's really been lovely to talk with you and work with you on an astrology level like that. That's really enlightening to a lot of other of our viewers, because there may be other Capricorns that now sort of understand how they went through things. Wouldn't have been as intense as yours, but it makes sense to them too. So have a great day, Katie, and it's lovely to speak with you. We're going to talk with Brenda now in Mount Orab in Ohio. And I know I've probably pronounced that wrong. Brenda, how are you? How can I help you?
I'm fine. Yeah, you did a pretty good job, Mount Orb.
Oh, good. Okay, that's good, because I'm in Australia and I'm not familiar with all your places in the US. So do you have a question I can work with, please, sweetie?
Yeah, I was just kind of like wondering, I'm kind of like in a crossroads in my life, and I was just kind of wondering, like, am I going in the right direction? Should I kind of change paths? It's a lot of different things.
Yeah. First thing that's coming up around you, Brenda, is that I don't know that you necessarily need to change things, but what's happening is there's been a series of endings that have come about in this last 6 to 12 months where you've sort of unconsciously and consciously just worked through them, like that's finished, oh, I don't need that friendship anymore, or whatever it might be. And it's like it's brought you to a point now where it's almost like, well, what's next? Like I've done the work. What's my reward? What's next? I'm waiting for some sort of direction. I'm going to say to you, it's okay to sort of sit in this limbo period for a little while and not put too much pressure on yourself, because I think, the last 5 years particularly, there's been a lot of things that you've had to deal with family members and friends and things like that. It's nice to be able to sort of sit back and say, oh, wow, I can exhale and I can sit on the couch for 5 minutes and have a cup of coffee and just have a rest, and I think you really deserve that. And then, just wait for the universe to sort of start to show you what is next. I think from about next month onwards, you're going to start to feel the energy build again. The momentum will start to build. Ideas will start to come into your head about, oh, maybe I can do this, or maybe I can do that, or should explore this or explore that. But the most important thing that I want to say to you, Brenda, is it's got to be about what you want. It's your turn to shine. It's not about Brenda doing everything for everyone else. It's your turn. Do you feel that?
Yes, I do. I usually put myself last, usually.
Yes, well, you're not going to anymore.
Sometimes, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's hard to put yourself first when you're such a giver, when you put everybody else's needs first. It's really, it takes a bit of practice. It's, you've got to learn that it's hard because you've always been such a giver. And what you've got to look at now, say Mary next door comes in and says, can you do my laundry? And your first response is, oh, yeah, put it there and I'll get around to it. You know what I mean? I've got enough of my own. But if you don't want to do that, just say no. You don't have to give her an explanation. The answer is just no. And then the more you learn to say no, the easier it becomes. So is there someone special in your life at the moment, Brenda?
Yes, I've been married for some time.
They were showing me pink hearts, and usually when they show me that, it's either a resurgence of love or someone new coming into your life, but I didn't feel it was someone new. So obviously the relationship with your husband is going to get a bit of a spark there again. Maybe he's going to surprise you with something nice for Valentine's Day.
Yeah, it all kind of goes hand in hand. Me and him have both been through a lot.
Yeah, but it just, to me, when they were showing me these pink hearts going across in front of my eyes, it was like I felt really happy for you that, finally there's a little bit of personal happiness here, like there's the love's building again within the relationship, like there's not so many other pressures that take the energy away from the two of you just spending some quality time together and just enjoy being, because he's got a lovely energy, but I don't know that he stands up for himself too much. You seem to be the one that carries most of the load.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and look, I can't say that's right, wrong, or indifferent. I mean, it's what works for you guys, and that's all that's important. But look, I know without a doubt that he loves you, and he wouldn't want to be anywhere else, and that's important this day and age, to have somebody that you can rely on. And life does intervene, and we don't always have the same, I suppose, rush of excitement as we do at the beginning. And I think that would be silly to think that that's how a marriage sustains itself anyway, because a marriage has got to grow. It's like a living organism. It grows and changes and shifts over the years. But overall, I think things are improving. Was there some decision to be made this year about where you're living? Were the two of you thinking of maybe making some changes to where you're living, sort of remodeling?
Some retirement changes, yes.
Yeah, because to me that
We're
sort of
getting
comes
up
up.
in age now.
Yeah, but this is coming in the second half of the year. It's like I want to get everything how we want it.
Yeah.
So whatever changes you make to the home, to me, I think they're a joint decision and you're both going to be sort of happy with it, but there's no rush. You know, it's like, let's take our time and sort of work out what, not just what we need today, but what we might need in 5 years' time. You know, like you don't want to have disruption too much. You want everything to be comfortable for the two of you. I don't see a move of residence though, even though I feel that that'll be talked about, I think the ultimate decision will be to stay where you are and just make some changes. And that's good. So, you know, health is one of those tricky areas, Brenda, that we're not technically supposed to talk about because it goes across different laws in different states. But what I can say to you is whatever the two of you are doing, keep doing it because you're on the right track. You know, like I don't see any serious health issues there, but I do see things, you know, improving slightly. So if you've made some changes or gone on to some different medications or some different supplements, keep it up because you're going to get the rewards out of this. It's really good. I feel very comfortable about that. But so that's good because, you know, at times there I know you've been worried, particularly about your husband, about he doesn't look right, but his health is starting to improve. I think, you know, once life settles down a little bit more, I think both of you will have a bit more energy and things will flow to you better, and that's good. So, you know, I can see nothing but good things ahead of the two of you, which is lovely. You've been through the mill. It's time to have some peace.
Yeah. I agree with that totally.
So I hope that's helped you, Brenda. That's where we've got to leave it because we've come to the end of the show, but it's been lovely to work with you. And I hope you and your husband have a really wonderful, happy retirement.
All right.
So that was
thank
Brenda.
you very much.
You're very, very welcome. That's our show for this week, people. It's always goes very quickly, and it's always lovely to talk to different people from around the world, even if I do get the pronunciations wrong of their locations, but they forgive me. It's, you know, it's a busy time of the year. We're heading towards Valentine's Day, and we've just got over Christmas and New Year, and everybody's sort of starting to bed in for 2026. And, you know, it's time to be kind to yourself. It's time to look after yourself. You know, we can slow down just that little bit and give ourselves that 5 minutes to sit down and have a reboot, a refresh, sit on the couch, watch a movie, watch a, you know, your favourite YouTube clip or something like that, but give yourself a little bit of downtime. So I want to leave you with a song this week that goes way back to the late 80s, early 90s, and it's a song that this lady didn't have too many hits, but this was one of her biggest hits, and particularly in the US. And it's a very powerful song, and every time I hear this song, I sort of think, this song means so much to so many people. And it's Taylor Dane, and it's Love Will Lead You Back. So until next week, you know, check that one out on your device. It's a beautiful song, a beautiful love song, and it's something that I think will touch the hearts of many people. So until next week, bye for now.
Cherished ducklings, how are you tonight? I'm Perry Lyons. This is Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic, and I'm coming to you live from New York City from my library, and I'm so happy you're here. So happy New Year, and we're going to jump into the psychic tarot weather. Because interestingly, before we do that, there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on astrologically right now. A ton of stuff is in Capricorn. Capricorn is about structure. It's about discipline. It's about getting your act together. And the moon's in Virgo.